We're not pedophiles.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the podcast whose name is probably already a podcast, The Talk, where me and my co-host Nat talk about everything from movies and TV shows to politics and existential crises. So sit down, grab a cup of tea, and let's talk about what are we going to talk about first? There's a lot of things going on in the world of movies and TV shows.
Yeah, so there wasn't a podcast for last month. We decided to take a little hiatus after the big one that we had previously, saying farewell to Branson. But now we're back. This one's also going to be pretty massive. So let's just go ahead and get started. This first section I'm going to call Trailer Madness, because April and May were like, there was a new trailer for something literally like every other day. They were dropping trailer after trailer.
So, while we're talking about trailers, we gotta set the record straight. Marvel didn't drop the Ironheart trailer on Superman's day. The Superman trailer dropped on Ironheart's day. They had the Ironheart trailer set for that date months back, and probably just James Gunn came out of nowhere to take the spotlight.
You think Kevin Feige called him up after and was like, dude, not cool. Not cool.
Right? Because like, you could drop the Superman trailer on a Tuesday, which still be the biggest thing in the world.
Yeah, literally could have just like waited a day to drop the trailer and decided to drop it on Ironheart's day.
Yeah, and like some people have like connections to the industry, specifically New Rockstar, who was talking about it. Where it was like, there's some people in Disney who's a little mad about that, which is fair. Yeah,
but we'll save the Ironheart trailer for last, since it's the latest to come out. The first trailer, and what was the biggest trailer to come out since the last episode, the GTA 6 trailer, the second GTA 6 trailer came out. So, how are you feeling about that?
That game looked too good. Like, I don't think it's going to run on the PlayStation 5. Like,
I mean, at the end it says captured on PS5. Like, all of that is in engine.
I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
They secretly filmed it on a PS6.
Right? Like, it had PS7. They got to go generations.
2 generations ahead. No, because
that's how good it looks on console.
Imagine
there's no wonder they're not putting it on PC. Like the optimization must be insane.
Yeah, like 99.99% of PC players will not be able to run that game. You have to have a NASA supercomputer to just boot it up. So me and Dan are currently doing a Let's Play of GTA 5 in anticipation for GTA 6. And going back,
just got like a 1 year sabbatical.
Yeah. and going back to that game after seeing this newest GTA 6 trailer, it's like playing a PS2 game. And that's not shitting on GTA 5. For the time, the graphics were amazing and they still look really good, but compared the character models to the models in GTA 6, it's not even close.
The thing that I'm most interested in is in-game conversations. I'm really excited to see how that's handled, because going back to GTA 5, I recently just found a dude who does the missions and makes it look all cinematic and stuff. The mouth movement is awful.
Oh, you mean when they're driving to places and they're talking?
Driving and just talking.
Well, that's because I'm pretty sure those conversations aren't motion captured. It's just the actors recording in a booth, so they just make the model's mouth move. That's the reason why that looks as weird as it does.
That's just true. That's true. Because I say that because isn't Red Dead Redemption 2 isn't something people praise about it? From what I remember, and I think I've seen some videos in the in-game mouth movements and animations for the character rigs look just as good as the cinematics.
Yeah,
you can't tell the difference, right? So I'm hoping they brought that over for GTA 6. Is there's that seamless transition between the two.
Oh, most definitely. For example, that shot in the trailer where Jason opens the door and walks into his house. that looks like it's gonna transition into gameplay. Like I could so easily see that, and like I'm sorry, but the graphics are just so good, and graphics aren't everything, but like they kind of are. Like people are pointing out,
they kind of are. Like I think for AAA, you have to be on point with your graphics.
Yeah,
it's just hook, line, and sinker.
Yeah, like I saw so many videos and tweets pointing out all the details. Like there's a scene where it's when Jason's on the couch and he has a beer bottle on his table. If you look closely, the beer bottle has condensation on it and has like bubbles. Like the beer, the beer had physics.
Point in time, really, you couldn't even make it that nice.
Yeah,
like.
Well, of course, a big talking point about the trailer was the jiggle physics.
Immaculate, on point.
They're chef's kiss, and like I thought,
and they are not skimping out on Jason either. All right,
no.
Sides of the spectrum.
That's another thing people are talking about. Both the Gooners and the Goonettes are going to be eating good when this game comes out.
Indeed. The entire people going on about how they're going to do a topless Jason playthrough. It's like he never puts his shirt on.
Yeah, well, people saying like as soon as they beat like the tutorial mission, they're heading straight for the strip club.
Right.
I remember I saw one meme where it was like, you know, the meme where it's I know what kind of man you are. I saw that clip with the caption, "When Bro's 2 weeks in the GTA 6 and only has 5% progress."
Brother. I mean, look, that online content's gonna be insane when it comes out over the next 10 years.
Yeah, I hope.
At 15, like we're not getting GTA 7.
GTA 7 is like a prophecy. It's not gonna be a real thing ever. At least not in our lifetime or the next one. But yeah, we learned more about Jason and Lucia as characters. We learned a bit of the plot. They also now have the GTA 6 website you can go to, which gives more info about side characters and locations and stuff. All that's really cool. Also, I don't know if you noticed.
People still think that Jason's going to be a narc.
He is. I am willing to put my parlay. I'm willing to bet all of my money.
I don't believe it. I don't think he's going to be a narc. All right. But, is this guy a narc?
But there's
I think it's going to be like a Michael situation where like he was not actually in witness protection.
Yeah. Oh God.
I think he used to be a police officer and he quit, and that's why everyone thinks he's a narc.
Oh, like you think maybe he used to... Oh, hear me out. Let me cook. He was an undercover cop who was investigating Lucia, and he got too close to her, actually fell in love with her, and she pulled him into a life of crime.
I think he got the Fast and the Furious.
Yes.
Don't forget, that's what... Oh man, I'm forgetting his name, and he died. That's crazy.
Paul Walker?
Yeah, that was what Paul Walker's character was. He was a cop.
Yeah.
Tried to get in on him, and it was like, oh wait, hold on, these guys are kind of chill, and they just switched sides.
Yeah, and there's evidence in the new trailer to support that. When Jason goes to visit Lucia, and the prison guard's like, "Have I seen you here before?" And he's like, "Maybe," because he used to be a cop.
Like, I don't think you would say that if you were just a criminal and like you got out, right? Like that doesn't seem like the type of response you'd have. But if you used to be a cop.
Yep.
And you're trying to keep that on the down low because you're not trying to be called a narc. Like it makes sense.
It makes sense.
And also, who would that line? Like, there's a line where like the guy's like, "Hey, us corrupt cops have to stick together."
Oh
like,
yeah.
Where would we even hear that if one of our player characters isn't like considered corrupt? Like, that's what gets me, is that the line was us corrupt cops. So obviously he's not like a good guy. He's not gonna, like, he's not a narc.
No, you're telling me the police in GTA are bad guys too? You know, the police officers who literally shoot you to death if you just stand too close to them and free roam.
You know what's crazy is I think in GTA 4, I think in like there was like one of them beforehand where like they wouldn't be as quick to just gun you down.
Yeah, it was GTA 4. Because, like, in GTA 5, you could just stand there and they'll open fire on you. And in GTA 4, you literally, like, shove and push them. And they'll, like, be like, hey, don't time me, pal.
Arrest you.
Yeah.
Like, it is harder to get busted than it is to get wasted in GTA 5.
Yeah. So, it looks amazing. It's cool learning more about the main characters. I'm
just excited to see if we do more heists.
Oh yeah, heist. I think we will, because there's that quick shot of Lucia with the mask and everything, and she's like, "Everyone,
like
get
that
down."
Truck that they're chasing.
Oh yeah, and it's like
they're chasing down like an armored truck.
Yeah, and it's like dragging like a safe behind it to.
Fast and Furious 5.
What if the whole game is just inspired by Fast and the Furious?
That wouldn't be a bad idea. Wouldn't be a bad idea.
It wouldn't be. It wouldn't be.
Honestly, I'm surprised Fast and Furious doesn't have a really good game.
Oh yeah, a Fast and Furious game would be awesome.
Book to movie. I'm tired of the book to movie pipeline. I want the movie to video game pipeline.
I mean, that used to be a thing in the 2000s, but
yeah, but like those were bad video games. I mean, like actually, like someone, cared.
Well, you have the one exception where X-Men Origins Wolverine was a bad movie that got a really good game, apparently.
Really good game, yeah. Speaking of X-Men games, there's nothing to talk about because that Insomniac game is never coming out.
Yeah, no. Because here's the thing. Hackers leaked all of the Spider-Man DLC, and Insomniac just flat out canceled it. They also leaked the Wolverine game.
Did they even want to do the DLC? Like, bro, like, come on.
Yeah, like that Carnage DLC, the Venom, the extra Venom stuff we were gonna get, the live service multiplayer Spider-Verse game.
That game deserves to exist, bro. It would be on par with Marvel Rivals. That game could be a hit.
It could be, but I don't know why. I think they're using the leaks as an excuse to just
exactly
not do it because they're lazy.
They never wanted to do any of it. I don't think they wanted to do any of it.
Yeah. I'm trying to think if I have anything else to say about the GTA trailer. Oh yeah, the trailer was definitely an apology for delaying the game. It was definitely...
Didn't it drop the next day? Like, hey, we're delaying it. You know what's so funny? Is when I saw the delay, I was like, but this is fine. This is nothing. Because it was like, what, May? It was like, it's May 5th, 2026?
Yeah,
it's May 25th? My brain kept reading May 25th, 2020. Like,
yeah.
It's not even a delay. What's going on? And then I saw the 6th and I was like, oh.
A lot of people actually made that mistake. I saw so many posts, most of them were probably ironic, being like, yeah, only 2 weeks till GTA 6. Oh, those poor bastards. Yo, GTA 6 just came out yesterday, bro.
No. Yesterday in a day, in a year. Yesterday in a year.
Yeah, I had a feeling. I was really hoping, my fingers were crossed, that they wouldn't delay it. But we were almost halfway through the year. Originally, it was supposed to come out this fall. But then, we're basically halfway through the year. No marketing. They were not going to release it this fall. That delay was inevitable.
And hey, look, that's good. That's a good thing. I mean, we all remember the Red Dead Redemption 2 crunch hour.
Yeah.
All right. Bring it out for another year. All right. We waited this long. We can wait a little longer. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
And you can't miss with this. This is AAA Gaming's one thing. All right. Mm-hmm. Rockstar Studios is the last AAA gaming studio. All right. Mm-hmm. Everybody else is considered bad and terrible.
Yeah. Or at most inconsistently good. Like Ubisoft, right? Every few years they'll put out a fire game, but that's every few years.
Most of the time that's garbage, right? No one likes EA. Any of the big games don't feel like they're from AAA studios, feel like they're from AA ones, like Marvel Rivals. That's not a AAA studio, right?
No, it's not.
Right, that's not a AAA studio, right? And what we got? CD Projekt Red,
Yeah.
We all remember Cyberpunk. Like they lost
Yeah.
their status. Like they hey look, like they did a No Man's Sky. They fixed it up. Like they apparently have a whole team working on just Cyberpunk stuff. That's cool. Can't wait for whatever Nova's gonna be. But like, you know, I'm gonna be honest. CD Projekt Red doesn't feel AAA to me. I'm gonna keep it $150. They don't. They feel like they feel like AA. They feel like AA with a AAA budget.
I get what you're saying, because a lot of AAA games that have been coming out the last few years, they feel AAA only in name only. Like I don't know how to explain it. Like Rockstar games, those feel like AAA because they have entire like worlds that are alive and like full of characters that feel like real people and all these different things you can do. And then, like, other games that try to emulate that, like a lot of Ubisoft's open world titles, the world just feels very empty and, like, it feels like all spectacle and not authentic. It doesn't feel authentic.
I mean, that's not what I'm coming from when I say that CD Projekt Red doesn't feel AAA. There is just, like, I guess, like, a certain name recognition that I feel like they don't have to people outside of the gaming infrastructure that makes them feel like a AA studio.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like, I could name drop Rockstar Studios and
most people,
just because GTA 5 is so big, people are like, oh, the GTA 5 people, right? Like, where it's like CD Projekt Red, you know, The Witcher. It's like, what?
Yeah. What's another one? Valve. I feel like you could name drop Valve and most people would know who that is.
Right, at the very least, because isn't like Valve the entire reason Steam exists? Like, that's right. Like you don't have to work in their games that they will never make a threequel of.
Yeah. If I had a nickel for every time Valve made a game series and stopped at 2, I would have a bunch of nickels. It's actually happened more than twice, I'm pretty sure.
I'd have enough nickels to make the original version of this joke.
I think, who are some other AAA game studio? Nintendo, I guess.
Game Freak, yeah. They feel AAA. I don't respect Nintendo anymore. I presume that's on the topic list, though. I don't want to skip ahead.
Oh, it wasn't, but we can talk about that briefly.
Oh yeah, let's cut into we're jumping from game trailer to gaming topic. Nintendo are I'm done, bro. Like, this is ridiculous. Right? Like, first off, they kept the Switch the same price. And honestly, I don't get the hate on the Switch 2 pricing. Like, $500 is an okay price for a gaming console. I think that's a fine price. I don't, and like, yeah, some people might say like, oh, well, it's a Pro instead of like a whole new console. I don't really care about all that, all right? Mm-hmm. You are basically buying a mini computer to play just video games on, all right? $500 is reasonable.
Yeah.
Now, the stuff about the controllers, a little less reasonable, but I can see it as a thing where it's like, well, if you don't have a big family, that's not going to affect you. Now, if you have a big family, like,
then
you're supposed to be the family company, right? Like, this is just a little bad, right? Like, if you want to play Mario Party, you're going to need to buy those extra controllers. That's not an extra. That's kind of built into the cost, right? So that's bad. I don't like that, but if it was the only things they did, we could step away a little bit unhappy, but fine. But no, they dug their heels in and made Mario Kart $80. You better be putting gold bars in the thing it's going to get delivered in. What do you mean that Mario Kart's going to be $80?
I better
to be honest, I'm not buying GTA 6 if it's $100 because $100 just is ridiculous. No game should be $100. $80 is ridiculous. We're not.
Yeah, if I pay $80 for
imagine walking up to your parent and going, "Hey, can you spend almost $100 on Mario Kart?"
Yeah, I've seen people say that, like, imagine going up to your mom as a 10-year-old and being like, "Mommy, can I have a new game?" "Sure, how much does it cost?" $80? What if it's slapped?
Like, what? And let alone Nintendo is dogged on never dropping the price of one of their games. So it's going to be $80 for the rest of our lifetime. Because
if I'm paying $80 for Mario Kart, I better get hand-delivered by Shigeru Miyamoto, my own custom Mario Kart. Right?
Like, what are we doing? Like, there's no way that Mario Kart World is such an expansive game that it is worth more than Baldur's Gate 3. Like,
there's no way. There's no way it costs more than that.
There is no content that you can put in Mario Kart that would be on par with a game like that.
Well, maybe if you could
right now.
Well, maybe if you could, like, explore the entire world, maybe, but
right, like it's like every street mapped out through Google Earth.
Yeah, or like it's
as Mario.
Yeah, or like it's just a giant like map that you can explore, and there's like different races and tracks. Like okay, maybe $80. Even then, it's still like you can knock that down to 60, at least 70.
Like, the only thing I know about this game is that apparently, like, I guess Lakitu is like retired. Like there's no like falling off the map. There's no like all the shortcuts that you find, you'll be able to go through them. That's what I've heard, right? It's like apparently this one is the most free when it comes to like
it's
map, but it's like, dog, that's not worth $20 more.
Like that's cool. That's a cool addition, but not $20 extra cool. $20 in some cases can get you a whole other game.
Right? $70 for the digital edition, which don't respect digital media. Like,
no.
Digital media isn't real.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
I
buy games digitally, but like, I don't buy them digitally for $70.
Yeah. Because when you buy games digitally, you're not technically owning it, you're just buying the license for it, or whatever the excuse is.
And I mean, depending on the studio, right?
Yeah,
depending on the studio and all that. And it's like, what are we doing? Right? And that was bad enough. And then, like, news kept coming out about this reworked end-user license agreement.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, I would never buy a console under these terms and conditions. What do you mean if I modify my console in any way, shape, or form, you're gonna brick my system that I paid $500 for?
Like they're gonna purposefully like make your system unusable?
Oh, have you not heard? Yes, they put it in the agreement.
Can they legally do that?
There's documented cases of the EU like being like, hold on now, you can't just not allow people to modify their things that they bought. They like changed the user agreement. You no longer own a Switch 2. You are paying for a license to use it, and if you break the user agreement, they break your system.
Oh my god!
You haven't heard about this? Yeah, bro. Like, what's the point of paying for it if I can't even use it? Like, what is this?
You know what? I'm just gonna steal. Like at this point,
like this is a lot of people are always like, if buying isn't owning, piracy isn't theft. And honestly, in this case, yes.
That's
like
true.
Actually, like, what do you mean? Like, if I make an incorrect modification, my entire Switch is offline. What if I don't update my Switch 2 and it is no longer on the same update schedule as the rest of the Switches? Mm-hmm. Is there a chance that they break my system because it's considered modified? Like, you can't just trust a company with this sort of thing.
No, you cannot. That is ridiculous. I'm surprised I didn't hear about that part. I only heard about the price gouging.
Yeah, no, like, they changed the whole end-user license agreement to say this. And, like, while in some places that's not going to slide, you know how the United States is.
Yeah,
Like this
especially,
is gonna be a slide.
and it's going to be
It's
even
like-
worse with those tariffs. Oh boy.
Right? Like this is. Well, actually, I'm pretty sure like they mentioned that for the price, it's like.
Oh yeah, it's not
for
the tariffs.
like,
Yeah, you're
everybody,
right.
Like, it's gonna,
I mean, like
yeah,
for
no,
other
it's not-
games
it's not
that
going
do
up.
similar stuff.
Right? Like it is. It's ridiculous. It is ridiculous to sell a console and not sell a console. Like what a wild statement.
Yeah, yeah. Could you imagine?
Who's cheating on Mario Kart, bro? Like not even like the Call of Duty developers would do something like this.
Yeah,
Like what? Like it is not like, bro, it is not that bad. It is not that deep. Nintendo, it is not this deep.
it's crazy how Nintendo, when it comes to like creative decisions, they're still keeping the market fresh by constantly innovating their games and everything, and being against like AI and stuff. But then on the financial side of things, they're just completely like
The worst. And that's not even all. That's not even everything. That's, I'm trying to remember what it is, but they are also doing another thing. Oh, this is the greatest thing in the world. This is so amazing. So on the Switch One, if you buy a copy of like Breath of the Wild or like Animal Crossing on different accounts, like if you switch over to like different profiles, like how you can have multiple profiles on a console, that one game can be used to make different, profiles of that game.
yeah.
Like how every console works, right? Because it makes sense that if you have like 4 children and you buy them one Switch 2 so that they can all play this game and they can all have their different worlds and do whatever. Not anymore though. They have changed how like the games. So first off, the physical game isn't even physical. It's going to be a code to get the game. So you might as well just buy it digitally because it's not actually there on the little piece of cartridge that they give you. And in doing so, all of the accounts are going to have the same game. There is going to be no like account difference. So to actually have little Timmy and little Bobby be able to play the game and have their own separate things, you're gonna have to buy 2 games. Oh, but this is the family company.
I have no response to this. This is just like this is late stage capitalism.
Right? Like Nintendo is like I can't believe you haven't heard about this. The second I heard about this, I was like there's just no way I respect Nintendo ever again after this.
Yeah, no.
I like this goes beyond like so much. Like it is ridiculous. This is jumped leaps and bounds. Yeah,
and the crazy thing is too that with how die-hard Nintendo's fan base is, they're still gonna buy all of it. And that's gonna set.
Here's the problem. Nintendo actually doesn't have a die-hard fan base, and that's the problem. That's why this is going to be let slide. By the very nature of how Nintendo works, think about it. You don't even know that they changed the end-user license agreement, and you're in it. They are die-hard, like in all of this knowledge. The little Billy doesn't know about any of this.
Yeah, imagine like the average
professor who's gonna get the Nintendo Switch 2 for his son doesn't know about any of this. All right, 99% of Nintendo's user base isn't gonna know about any of this, and that's how they're gonna be able to get away with it.
Damn, and that's gonna set a horrible precedent for the rest of the gaming industry. Like how EA introducing microtransactions ruined like gaming.
I mean, you're already hearing about Xbox going to $80 games, right?
Yeah.
It's already started.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, though, is that I think a lot of the things that they did are going to be much harder for other player bases. Like especially like Xbox. Like Xbox is probably the last player base that got like this.
That's true.
It's just because it's not popular, because it's like the off choice, you're more likely to be really dog hard into Xbox and what that is, right? So it is much harder to hide these end-user license agreement changes under the fog of I'm a 40-year-old who doesn't know anything, right?
Yeah.
Much harder. But it's just sad. It's just sad because like
yeah.
Nintendo was like the gaming system for
Mhm.
families. Like it was the NES was like for families, bro. And like you go down decades and it's just gone. Just heartless businessmen all the way up to the top.
Hashtag Nintendo is over party. Except they're not realistic. But in terms of our perception of them, they definitely are.
In the wise words of a glorious animator. You know, when I was a kid, I used to think you were cool.
Which animator is that again? Because I hear that audio all the time.
Hold on, I'm gonna look up his channel because I don't know him off the top of my head. That's what he called his channel.
What?
It's Hot Diggity Demon.
Oh, that guy. Yeah.
It just sucks to see. It just sucks to see. I used to think you were cool. Like, it's just crazy to me how I'm never buying anything from Nintendo ever again.
Nope.
Well, like they don't deserve my money. You know what? Like I didn't even look. You know what? Like I don't. It's like it's sweat off my back. And Pokemon fan games are more fun anyway. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. Before they get sued and taken down, and then the person who made it mysteriously disappears.
That's only some of them. A lot of them stay fine for most of the part. Like I got this one I'm playing right now, Emerald. And I think it was like not Emerald Kaizo. That's the Elite Redux. I'm playing this one Elite Redux, and every Pokemon has 4 abilities. All right, like that is the sort of innovation that you won't get at Nintendo. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
it is what it is. Or for the ones in the know, for the Pokemon enjoyers, Loxton's finally got his game off the ground. Pokemon Swirling Seasons it's got a demo finally, and it took 5 years. People have gone through high school, me included, since that project started. But hey, it got here. The demo's out, and because the demo is out, they basically finished all the back end hardware stuff that makes it. That was the reason it took 5 years. So I'm calling it by 2027 full game is going to be out. All right, so you know what, I don't need Nintendo. All right, yeah, so that's my Nintendo news. Sorry to just drop that on you. Can't believe you didn't know that.
Yeah, no, I didn't, but no. Now I am, because now I'm even less likely to buy Nintendo's products. But do you know what product that I am looking forward to consuming?
The next trailer on our list, Gouging.
Yeah, well, I was gonna say the Superman movie, but that also works because a new Superman trailer came out.
When he screamed, I'm going to cold open this. When he screamed, people were going to die. If I wasn't already sold on that movie, completely, I'm there day one, bro. Like, no. Day one, I'm there day one.
No, the line that sold it for me was when Lois is like, you were a representative of the United States. I wasn't representing anyone except for me and doing good.
It was good. Yeah,
that's what sold me.
That entire interview, bro. Like,
also,
I'm glad it's 10% of the movie. Like, I want to hear more about this.
Also, apparently that's the scene that James Gunn had. I know Superman is David Cornsweet. I don't know Lois's actress's name, but that's the scene that he had the actors rehearse with each other to see if they had the right chemistry for those characters.
Yeah, and that makes sense. All right, especially since there's going to be, what did they say, 10-12% of the movie?
Yeah.
Which, with that being the case, I think it's going to be one of those things where it gets cut back to. Like, I don't think we're going to get a solid 10. Like, I don't think we're going to drop all 12%.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be like what's the word for this? It's like a fancy word for what this.
I can't think of it, but I know what you're talking about. Where like it shows part of the interview, they talk about something, and then we go to that thing, and then we cut back.
Go to that thing. Like, there's a fancy word for this. For like, it's not the hook. Hook is not the right word. If I think about it, I'll say it.
Okay.
I don't care what topic we're on.
And also, if that is how they're structuring
framing device. That's what I was thinking about.
There you go.
The framing device for the whole movie.
There you go. If that is how they're gonna tell the plot, that makes what we've seen in teasers and what we've heard from behind the scenes make a lot more sense. Because like you watch the teasers, there's a giant kaiju. He's fighting all of these different creatures and enemies and everything, and it's like, how are you gonna fit all of this in one movie? Because they're all separate instances of Superman fighting someone or protecting and saving people that he's telling about and recounting to Lois about.
Yeah, and from how I would do it and how I see it, I don't think it's unless James Gunn has told otherwise. I don't think it's going to be like one long interview. I think it might end up being a thing where it's like we do a bit of interviewing, then we go do something, then we do a bit more of interviewing, then we go do something. Because like I just can't see that, like, the passion he has, like staying a week after it happened, and like you also fought a kaiju and you were also jailed by Lex Luthor. That doesn't make sense. But if it's, hey, that just happened, let me interview you as Superman, you do the interview as Superman for that event, then we cut, we do something else, and then we continue doing the interview as Superman, interviewing this new thing, and then like it makes so, like, I can picture it so well, the last interview as like we close out the movie as he's like doing the talk, and like we see like him, and then like it's overlaid with him doing something as Superman or as Clark, and then like switching over to Superman. Like, it could be so heat. It
could be fire. And also, by the way, during that same scene, this is how good the trailer is. We've only got 30 seconds into it.
Right
when she's like, "Really, you'll let me interview as Superman?" Yeah. And then it's like, okay, go ahead. And then he sits up and completely changes his voice. Miss Lane.
Right? Like his whole demeanor changes.
That was so fucking good.
He sold it. Like that is the difference between Clark Kent and Superman.
Yes, because I remember when the first teaser came out, there was no dialogue, so because the only line we heard from Superman was, "Crypto, take me home," and that was it. So you couldn't really gauge how well is David Cornswright going to do as this character. He's doing a great job, especially the one scene later on where he's like, "Hey, buddy, eyes up here," and then he flies off. That's so.
Yeah, it wasn't, and like the guy from New Rockstar said, like that. It's not him. He's not being cocky to be cocky. He's trying to show that like everything is under control for the people behind him who are scared. Like that's Superman, bro. It's so good.
And like,
also like I think there's like a part where he's like while he's agreeing to the interview, he says like, I think Cronkite,
and it's a journalist.
Right, and so like apparently that's like a journalist thing. So it's like helping smooth out like these are journalists. They're doing like they will talk like journalists. They know what they're doing. Apparently, so like that's good. Always good to see a writer know what they're doing with that.
Yeah. Also, I like how Lois has been characterized, where like she doesn't pull any punches. She fully upholds her journalistic integrity and really asks him the hard questions.
I think that pulling punches would have been the wrong thing to do.
Yeah.
That's just hook, line, and sinker.
Yeah, 100%.
Those are the questions that you need to answer, Superman.
Yeah, and I love
that passion. That passion that he shows. Like I would vote for him, bro. Like
like
I want Superman president. Like that was real.
Yeah, like. I love whenever Superman stories have this dynamic between Clark and Lois, especially like the new animated series. They also do that very well, where like, how do I explain it? Like, you can see both sides of where they're coming from. Like, for example, within the context of this movie, you see Lois's side because she has to ask him these hard-hitting questions because these are legitimate questions that have to be answered and addressed. But you can also understand Clark's frustration. He doesn't care about the politics of it. He doesn't care about that. All that matters to him is that he's helping people. But there are consequences to his actions, whether he believes it or not. Like that sigh he gives.
The hammer of whatever the country is.
Yeah, the hammer of.
You can see it in the trailer. Like it came for him in Metropolis. Like.
Yeah, like there are actually
Lex Luthor, or whatever secret politics things it is. You know what I mean? It's just like people got hurt.
Have you heard the rumor? Well, not rumor, but there's a theory that Ultraman guy in the all black suit, it might actually be Bizarro underneath.
I've heard that rumor. That's Bizarro. Any of that? I don't really think that. I am intrigued. I watched Nando's video on the trailer, and he is concerned for the safety of the Authority movie because the engineer is in this movie.
Oh yeah, the girl with the buzzsaw hands who.
That's nanomachines. It's like, and I'm gonna be honest. That like the entire VFX team on that.
Oh yeah,
perfection.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it really puts that Stark tech to shame. But apparently, like that's a pretty important character to the Authority. And apparently, Nando's not feeling good about that movie because apparently a lot of things that we heard about got dropped on the cutting room floor.
Oh yeah, like
that movie might be one of them.
Yeah, like that Sergeant Rock movie that they were gonna make. That got canceled.
They're gonna do that? Good. as one of the most avid fans of comic book characters, don't do that.
He was introduced in Creature Commandos. He was like the commander of the platoon that G.I. Robot was part of during World War II.
Yeah, don't make that movie. But
honestly, fair. I don't think anyone the zero Sergeant Rock fans were upset that day.
Right, like, but honestly, Nando like tries to make the point by being like, he mentions like there was a lot of characters that are actually Superman villains that you could have in place of the engineer for whatever purpose she's serving, and it's that reason where I'm like, well, then that's why you wouldn't put the engineer here, right? You'd put one of those other characters if you wanted them to just be purely a Superman thing, right? Like this feels more like a backdoor like pilot for the Authority. At least that's how I'm seeing it.
Yeah.
Kind of like how Peacemaker Season 2 is going to backdoor the Justice League. Well, just like how this movie's going to backdoor them too.
Well, I think they're called the Justice, like, Gang or something like that. They're not the Justice Society or League yet.
Yeah, it's not League or Society.
Yeah, I'll look it up.
I think it's just called the JLA.
No, they're called the Justice Gang.
I did not know that.
Yeah, operated by Maxwell Lord. Also saw in the Peacemaker.
Can't wait to see more of him in Season 2 for that one scene that they're all going to be in.
Hey, we gotta wrap up our thoughts on Superman trailer. Some other quick things. Nicholas Hoult as Lex Luthor. He's ore farming. He's absolutely killing it.
I do you think that the scene at the Fortress of Solitude, do you think that is happening right after the crypto scene where he brings him to him? Because I think it is.
Maybe. I don't really know. I could see it though.
Because what I think that, because think about it, he's injured, right? And he's getting healed up by the sun, but they have to, but you can see that the engineer.
So you think Superman's injured, he gets dragged to the Fortress of Solitude by Krypto to get healed, and then the engineer and Lex Luthor show up, and Krypto has to fend them off after the engineer kills the two bots, while Superman is still healing. Okay, yeah. I think that's probably.
It makes sense how he got captured.
Yeah,
like or they get capture him by like luring him into a spot and then he's captured. They can always do that, but it would make a lot of sense. Hey, he's heavily injured. How did they get to the Fortress of Solitude otherwise? Like, how did they know to get there? Like, it makes the most sense to be right one after the other.
Yeah, absolutely.
At least to me, it does.
Yeah.
Also, just real quick, like I hope the Fortress of Solitude doesn't have the key yet, because like otherwise, like how did Bro get in there?
Yeah, I'm also.
I'm hoping like that, like, because it'd be really cool if he was like after that, like, I need to put a key on this thing, and then like later we get the £1,000,000
yeah,
key that when he brings Lois, it'd be great.
yeah. I'm trying to think about what else. Oh yeah, Paul and Ma Kent. They look great. Excited to see them.
Looking fantastic.
Yeah, I like the
War nice, just looking good. The scenes that we've seen before are nice.
I like the plot in the new trailer where Ma Kent is like, I cleaned your boots. I'll go get them for you. Like,
Yeah.
that's so wholesome.
The Chocos. Is that what they're called? The cookie. That's an Oreo stand-in. Apparently, that's what the building he's protecting is like. You can see that there's a bunch of diagrams that they're making for advertisements for it. That's a cool call out, because Martian Manhunter should be in this universe somewhere.
Oh,
and he has, you know what I mean?
Oh yeah, I didn't know that.
There's a cookie in DC called like Chocos, something like that. That's an Oreo stand-in. It's like it's literally just Oreo, but in a different universe, so we don't have to pay them every time we say it.
Yeah.
And Martian Manhunter gets addicted to them, like heroin levels addicted to him because of his Martian physiology, and that's like a whole thing in the comics. So hey, I mean, they're advertising it.
Yeah. What if that's the post-credit scene? No.
The dude who pulls him up out the ground, symbol of hope, showing off all that. That's cool.
Mm-hmm.
We get our first good shot of Metamorpho in this one. That's cool.
Oh yeah, isn't he the one either in the cage with Clark?
With them, that's yeah, he's how they have the kryptonite, because he morphs his hand. You can see in the scene he's morphed his hand into it.
Oh yeah, there's like a really quick shot of Clark at the Daily Planet goofing off with Jimmy Olsen, which that's nice to see.
Yeah, nice for him not to be dead.
And not to be fucking executed by terrorists. Look, I think Zack Snyder has some good ideas. I think he's a talented director, but what the fuck?
Is all you can say to that. The scene where he's fighting the engineer looks really cool at that baseball stadium.
Oh yeah, where he's knocking all the things.
Crypto's adorable. Everything with Crypto's adorable. Just him laying in his...
Oh yeah, it's like, you have a dog?
Crypto was adorable. It's adorable. Like, everything with Crypto is... I love it.
Oh yeah, also, small detail, but when the shot of the guy throwing the can at Superman's head, they edited it, so he doesn't flinch.
They edited it. He doesn't flinch at it anymore. Which, either or works, right? The flinch shows, he actually cares that people are mad at him, this, that, and the third, but the not flinch shows just how strong Superman is.
It wasn't a big deal.
I'm fine with either or. It's nice that they made the change. Guy Gardner just...
Oh yeah, by the way, comic book Twitter, some people really exposed themselves, because there were a bunch of people on Twitter who were like, why isn't it connected to the ring? Isn't it supposed to be connected to the ring in order for him to create a projection? No, it doesn't.
Someone hasn't seen. Someone needs to learn who Kyle Rayner is, bro. All right, Kyle Rayner shows just how creative you can be with that ring. Shout out to that one time where he just put a samurai suit of armor on him just cause.
I'm sorry, but I feel like I think it's Hal Jordan. Yes, Hal Jordan's Green Lantern. I think he'll be in negative aura debt for the rest of his life because of that one scene from one of the animated projects. You know the one I'm talking about, where he tries to fly into action and just he immediately gets jumped.
I saw an edit of that where it was Drake going up against Kendrick.
I mean, yeah, that's pretty much how it went. Oh my god!
And Darkseid punching him is stay down, pedophile, and then the two parademons jumping him is Actually,
I think I saw that or a version of that. Oh my god! Look, I feel like
it is up there. It is top 5 edit for me, up there alongside the because I don't call myself Bruce. Well, what do you call yourself?
Okay, I know you said that edit.
That was actually my favorite edit. That is my favorite edit to this day.
I remember you sent that to the group chat, and I had already sent it like I think a week or two prior, and that just goes to show how.
Didn't I? No, I think I put like reminder of this.
Yeah.
Of this glorious.
But that's so cool. It's such a good edit.
I remembered it, and I was like, I gotta remind everyone how good this edit. Like this is what every edit strives to be. If your edit isn't this edit, stop trying.
Yeah, like it was like
my least favorite thing. If you are doing an edit, I need you to find more than 5 scenes.
Yep.
My least favorite edit is when they show 3 scenes and then show 3 scenes again and then show 3 scenes again and then the edit's over. Bro, you could have ended that edit 2 edits ago, bro.
Well, it depends. I feel like some edits can get away with it. So like if they choose like the best clips, like the coolest clips, but like I love that edit. It was like how does it go? It was like how'd you know the voice in that and your head wasn't you?
And wasn't you? Well, first, I'm not psychotic.
Yeah, I figured that.
I really hope your second. I know. His thing he says is well, first, I know I'm not psychotic. I really hope your second point is more convincing. And the second reason is that it called me Bruce. In my head, I don't call myself that. Well, what do you call yourself?
And then it does the edit.
It is the Batman edit. It is
zooms out.
And Terry's like, I suppose you would.
But that's my name now.
And it's
so good. It's so good.
The peak of editing, bro.
It's literally 2-in-1 special.
Right, that was peak. All right, it is going to be hard to find an edit that tops it.
Yeah, but okay.
And part of the reason it goes so hard is that it doesn't repeat the same 3 scenes 15 times. Like,
yeah, yeah. I like edits that try to do something different, or like they play with the format.
But back to Superman.
Back to Superman.
Some people are exposed themselves. All right, some people don't know how the Green Lanterns work. That sucks. Can't wait to see any other Lantern. Actually, I really want a Green Lantern movie just so that we can see like the rest of the Lantern Corps. You know what? Do Darkest Night. Just drop us straight in the deep end. Make that your big Saga 1 ender. Do Darkest Night.
Oh yeah. Okay. So another thing in the trailer, and I actually have a small nitpick about this. So in part of the trailer, Lois says to Clark that the Secretary of Defense is investigating his actions, and we see that the Secretary of Defense is Rick Flag Sr.
Actually, technically speaking, we do not know that for sure. They just do a J turn to show Rick Flag Sr., but that does not mean that he's the Secretary of Defense. Hold on.
Yeah,
just because they J turned into Lex Luthor doesn't mean
he's president.
Already at President Luthor. Hold on.
I know. I'm just saying to set up my point. I feel like they should have done a bit more to make it clear that that's the same character from Creature Commandos. Like, I feel like they could have at least dyed his hair like more like brighter gray.
I do think that the hair is a problem. I do not like that they did not keep the hair consistent.
Yeah, because I can.
Besides that, outfits are actually fine.
Like the outfit's okay.
You had just made his hair the same. I don't care if you base his hair off of the actor so he doesn't have to change it, or you make the actor change his hair. The hair should have been the same. Hopefully we'll get the proper look for him next time then. But yeah, no, I don't think you change outfits to do that. It's entirely a hair thing. What shocked me in the Peacemaker trailer.
Which, by the way, I think we said all our thoughts about the Superman trailer. But yeah, great trailer. Very much looking forward to this movie and the DCU. And moving on to the very next DCU project, Peacemaker Season 2.
Do you really want to? We're probably doing a different theme song.
Yeah, which, if it's not even 10%, if it's not even half as catchy as the original, stop in the series. Sorry, but
if it's only half as catchy, it's still going to be really catchy. That's a really catchy.
Yeah. Do you really want to taste it?
Look, all I know is that I kind of hope we get a fight scene on par with that ending fight scene a little bit earlier in the season.
Yeah.
That 4-way, like all of them doing stuff, that is peak. Every few months I go back and rewatch it because it's just so good.
Yeah, Peacemaker was so
the
good.
shield, he like lines it up to shoot it, and then it hits the guy. There's so many good scenes in the whole thing.
Peacemaker. What I'm curious is, and there's already theories based on the trailer of how they're gonna explain Peacemaker previously being in the DCEU and now he's in the DCU. Because originally,
that's why there's the two Peacemakers.
Yeah, originally
that's the theory I've been hearing that I kind of think is going to be valid. Is near the end of the trailer we see Peacemaker go into the little pocket dimension where his racist father had the helmets.
Yeah,
and there's another Peacemaker,
and he's like, "Who the fuck are you?"
If that's the case.
Yeah, I think he's
Game
gonna.
Theory also had a Game Theory, Film Theory. My apologies. Had a theory that it's gonna be the Mandela effect is real.
Oh, so
remember, he's gonna be the only one who remembers this, but it was because it was in a different universe.
So, like for example,
honestly, I kind of hope they go with that one.
So, like for example, the Justice League cameo at the end of the first season. Oh yeah, that didn't actually happen. We just thought it did.
I didn't have that happened in a different universe. He slipped into a different universe. It's like how the Mandela effect supposedly happens because you slipped from one universe to another, and in your previous universe, the thing that you thought was real was real.
Yeah,
it's because full Mandela effects.
Because originally, before we knew anything about the story or we saw the trailer, originally the idea was that, the second season takes place in the DCU where similar events to the first season happened, but it's a different Peacemaker and crew. Which, okay, that can work, but it doesn't seem like they're going that route. It seems like they're doing the whole, we go from this universe to the next, and
the second Peacemaker, maybe. Honestly, they could just not explain it, and they don't explain it. Like, come on, guys, it wasn't that connected to the EU.
Yeah, but this is my problem.
It's really that one cameo, and it's kind of a throwaway cameo.
Yeah, I mean, literally, Wonder Woman and Superman's faces are blurred out. You can't even see them. So, my thing is, my main problem with the DCU so far is its continuity. And I know James Gunn said continuity doesn't matter, we just want to make good stuff, and I 100% agree with that. But at the same time, what if someone 10 years down the line wants to get into the franchise? It's gonna be a bit complicated at the start because first you watch a TV show called Creature Commandos, which is connected to the Suicide Squad, which is set in another universe. Then you watch Superman. Then you watch a second season of a TV show also set in another universe. Why are you so close to the camera?
Hi, welcome to comic books since the beginning of time.
I know, I get that. I get that. But why couldn't he just make it easy and say, all my DCEU projects are canon to this new universe? The Suicide Squad...
I have to say it. It just basically is,
But it's not though. I was literally on the DC Universe wiki a few weeks ago, and the mods were talking about how any stuff from the DC Extended Universe you can't put it on the wiki. DCEU wiki is a whole different.
Is the mods working with James Gunn directly?
No.
Exactly. We can't use these idiots as the example of what is and isn't canon.
Yeah. And like you also have some.
Look, literally all James Gunn has to do is but like name drop direct things that like first off, what do you mean you can't put extended universe projects? Creature Commandos basically fully name drops that the Suicide Squad happened.
Exactly.
Just hook, line, center. The Suicide Squad is in this universe. Just you can't even argue that. Like, what are we doing?
Plus, also,
the only thing that gets weird is Blue Beetle. Like, we're still, like, until Blue Beetle reappears, we're still kind of... The second it is basically name-dropped, just put it on the wiki, bro. Like, the Suicide Squad, first season of Peacemaker, basically canon. Blue Beetle might be canon. We'll find out if we ever see Jaime Reyes again.
This is random, but do you know not Gumball? Do you know Darwin's full name from Amazing World of Gumball?
Oh, yeah, it's like the third. It's like a whole thing.
Darwin's full name is Darwin Raglan Caspian Ahab Poseidon Nicodemus Waterson III.
Yeah, speaking of Gumball.
Oh, that's another trailer.
That's not actually a trailer. That's a teaser.
Teaser trailer.
Like, welcome to the wonderfully weird world of Gumball, because we legally had to change its name. You know it's going to be on Disney Plus.
It's Hulu and Disney Plus.
Hulu and Disney Plus. You know what I mean?
Yeah, which is crazy.
I just find it funny that it's basically on the Disney Channel equivalent of streaming when it was on Cartoon Network. You know?
Because for some reason,
HBO does not respect animation.
Yeah, it doesn't respect its own shows. Like, did you know? Like, literally think of any iconic Cartoon Network show, it's probably not on HBO Max. Like,
oh no, it's not.
HBO Max
should have been an indie project because have you seen that Indie Cross? Did you watch any of those things I sent you?
I saw that
Indie Cross project is crazy.
I saw you sent them and I meant to watch them, but I forgot. So I really did intend on watching them.
Bro, Indie Cross is goated.
Mm-hmm.
It is. There is a multi-year gap in between the first and the second episode because the first one was an episode and the second one was a movie. All right. And it is pretty clear that they are not stopping with this second episode. It is glorious. The greatest piece of animation I've ever seen. If you like indie games, bro, your indie game is there somewhere. I'm telling you, or it's going to be there. The amount of references is amazing. I love it.
Yeah,
there's a part where I get to see Cuphead run away from Choo Choo Charlie. Like,
I gotta check this out then.
Have my money. Take my money.
Take it.
There's a part where I get to see the genocide route Frisk fight Springtrap, and it be actually fire. Like,
oh, I need to see that.
Take my money.
Shut up and take my money. That one Futurama meme.
Right, like, take my money. Like, so many comments underneath, or like, you know, like how you can do the super thanks now. There are so many comments underneath that it's just like, I don't deserve to see this for free. Take my money.
Yeah, I love the respect that indie shows have been getting within like the last half a decade. Like for example, Amazing Digital Circus being on Netflix can now reach a wider audience.
Isn't Murder Girls also on Netflix too? Didn't they get...
No, it's on Amazon Prime. It's on Prime. And then you also have Hazbin Hotel and now Hell of a Boss coming to Amazon Prime.
Which means we can legally do a crossover!
Which, that's gonna be exciting. I haven't kept up with Hell of a Boss because, I'll be honest, I think it kind of fell off. But if they do a crossover on day one, I'm watching that. That's gonna be fire.
Look, all I'm saying is that if an episode has Fizzarali, it deserves to be watched.
Yeah, I agree. Have there been episodes?
Didn't I force you to watch the two? Actually, didn't I force you to watch everything up to the mid-season break?
Yeah, you did.
I'm pretty sure I forced you to watch all that. So I'll say just watch. There's an episode where Verashika comes back. We'll just watch that in the finale.
She's the pop star Blitz used to date, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I gotta watch that episode for reasons.
Right? Watch that one and then watch the finale. Those are peak. Everything else is like I don't hate it, but like those two, like there are just some like the episodes with Fizzarali, peak. The episodes with Arasaka, peak, and then the finale was just peak.
Okay, I'll have to check it out. What else?
That one cat one.
Huh?
You were talking about how good indie animation was doing, so I presume you're going to bring up that one cat animation. You know.
Oh yeah, Lackadaisy.
Lackadaisy, yeah.
Which, by the way, I remember when you and I first watched it, and I wasn't very fond of it. I think it's grown on me. Over the last few years, I think it's slowly grown on me. Because I have rewatched it. I think I rewatched it once, and then I watched like reactors react to it. I think it's grown on me. And then there's also a bunch of other indie projects that I'm really interested in. There's Ramshackle. I don't know if you've seen that. And then there's I Don't Want to Be a Magical Girl. That was one that really got popular.
That seems interesting, but from everything that I can, like, from everything I learned about it, I'm like, I try my. It's like it's one of those things where it's like, oh, that was nice, and like I'm just kind of stepping away from it because like it seems like it's not actually gonna become something.
You don't think so?
No, what it seems like is like, from what I can tell, what it feels like is that the creators are kind of on like this was just kind of for fun, and if someone funds it, that's kind of cool. But like it was just to show off my portfolio, to show that I'm doing stuff. It felt more like a portfolio piece. I'm
pretty sure the creator, she posted something on Twitter recently that teased that more stuff was coming. Yeah, let me see if I can find it.
It's possible because part of why I feel that way is that apparently they had have a Tumblr that like just has like a bunch of like the
character bios,
some character stuff about it. Here's some backstory stuff. Hey, look, here's how she looked when she first became a magical girl. All that, and it's like, and that it has that energy of like this is such a side project sort of thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
like I'm not expecting it to actually take off. It feels like, hey, look, if it did, this would be mean the world to me, and like I get to work on my passion thing. But if it doesn't, like this is just a little piece, you know, like this is a little thing I work on the side.
Yeah, I get what you mean, and I'm trying to find where she posted it. Here, I think I scrolled too far back. Yeah, so on the 16th of May, she posted. It's hashtag Indie Animation Day, and then she linked back to the video and said, "Sorry for the lack of updates, but I'm trying to make stuff happen behind the scenes, so keep an eye out."
Hey, okay, all right. Well, this is a pibby for the rest of time until actually proven. This can be canceled at any time until otherwise, right? Like, hey, that's what most people say. Hey, like I'm in the background trying to get things moving, but if they don't move, you know what I mean? Like,
and then there was also,
right? Like,
and then wasn't there
canceled until proven otherwise?
Canceled. You know, that should be our approach anytime a new movie or show gets announced. This is canceled before it.
That's not like already like backed by a thing. Like this pilot is canceled until proven otherwise.
What was I? Oh yeah, wasn't there also? I saw some people talking about. Wasn't there a new indie series from Glitch called Gaslight District?
Yes, there is. I am so fine with Gaslight District.
Mm-hmm.
It did not put its hooks in me like Murder Drones or The Amazing Digital Circuit.
Is it one of those that insists upon itself?
No, it does not insist upon itself. I do not think it is The Godfather.
Okay.
It is just, and it is in the right alley for me. How do I describe this? I think that it does not tell me enough to care. It doesn't tell me enough to care. I think that is my main issue with the project. With The Amazing Digital Circus, with that one pilot, it's pretty obvious what this is, alright? Existential dread, are we gonna make it out? If we don't, how are we gonna live with ourselves? Try not to abstract on the way out. right? Like I see the goal, all right, from start to finish. I know what I feel the energy that episode 2 and 3 and whatever is going to bring us. When episode 1 ended, I was like, oh, okay, where is this going to go now? I guess would be cool. Like it did not tell enough. It did not give me enough of the world.
Yeah, and I think that's a very fair complaint. Also, in case you're wondering, I'm looking up because I had to check who created the series, because I heard some people say that Dana Terrace, who created the Owl House, worked on the series, but all it says here was that...
No, I think that's a different glitch series. That's a different glitch thing.
Yeah.
From what I remember.
Yeah, it says here...
Princess something like that.
Yeah, it says here on the Gaslight District, she was given a special thanks, and she's currently working on a series called Knights of the Genevieve. Knights of Genevieve.
Yeah, I heard that. I heard that she was working on a project. I knew it wasn't a Gaslight District. That's very different.
Yeah.
Also, shout out to Michael Kovacs voicing in the pilot.
Whoa!
He's
voicing an indie project. I had no idea.
Actually, is he in Indie Cross? That would be really funny.
Michael, how do you say his last name again?
Korvach, if I remember.
Korvach.
It's like Korvach or Korvach.
Korvach. Michael Korvach is the Tom Kenny of indie animation. Like,
yeah, I'd say that.
Bro is almost in everything.
Have you seen Gaslight? Have you watched Gaslight District?
I have not. That's another one of those things I've been planning on watching, but I haven't gotten around to yet. It's only the one episode, right?
It's only the one episode.
Okay.
The pilot. I think my main problem with the pilot is that it. You know what? I think I take back my statement. I think the pilot does actually insist upon itself.
No.
I think it does insist upon itself in the sense that the story of the world is like FNAF, bro. It's not all you gotta rake through the coals. You gotta watch the here's the 50 details you missed in this pilot to understand the story.
Okay. I get why you would compare it to FNAF, but I think a better... Well, it depends. Or are they, trying to do it on purpose? Because, FNAF's whole thing was that its mystery was, how do I explain it? More naturally, integrated. And then you have something like Hello Neighbor, where, they try to force, this, what's really going on here? Would you say Gaslight District is the former or the latter in terms of that?
I'd say it's closer to FNAF. I would not say that it's Hello Neighbor, ooh, Matt Pat, please look at this. I think it is doing it I think it is not bad for doing this. I don't think I would not consider it doing it this a bad thing. What I'm saying is that it feels like there's a bunch of details that maybe we'll get some some more information on it later, but as it stands now, it just feels incomplete. And it's on purpose that it's incomplete, but it's on purpose that the Godfather is the Godfather. You know what I mean? It doesn't make it doesn't hook me. All of the things that could hook me, you're hiding behind this, that, and the third. And so the thing that you can hook me on is the cool action and just the general character banter. And that character banter is good. The action's fantastic. But I can still feel I still can feel you holding back on me.
So you feel like it's a case of how do I explain it? For example, Amazing Digital Circus and Murder Drones both had I guess mystery elements or things that you could look further into and theorize about, but it wasn't a core necessarily I don't know. I was gonna say they're not necessarily a core part of those stories.
I think the difference for me between Murder Drones and Gaslight District is in Gaslight District, and this is not a secret, in Gaslight District, our main character, or the main focal character, is a human, And apparently humans are like a thing that just doesn't exist in this world. Instead, everyone's like this weird rotting being. Like they're just a being that rots and they like live forever. And that's why everyone's in different pieces and like they look like zombies basically.
Mm-hmm.
The only reason I know that is because I watched a different video. I did not catch that being a black blood means that you're just a normal human.
That doesn't even make
like
that doesn't even make sense. Why would a human be called black blood and not red blood?
Because in this universe, humans have black blood instead of red blood. And you see what I mean? It's stuff like that where it's like, I can't just immediately catch that. Like, unless I'm like locked in, focused, or have like outside material, I'm not catching on to why having black blood is that bad of a thing. But apparently having black blood is that of a thing because there's a prophecy that human, like when a human is born, it's that and the third. And yeah, some people would be like, oh, well, it was obviously stated here, here, and here. And it's like, well, I didn't catch it. All right. Like,
they didn't
you know what I mean?
They didn't do a good job, at least in the first episode, at world building, basically, or making it clear what's going on.
To me, like I can feel like I don't want to get flamed in the comment section. I'm trying my best not to get flamed in the comment section.
This happens to be the one podcast that gets
I can fully admit that maybe this is just a me thing, and like I just missed it, right?
Mm-hmm.
But to me, like a lot of this stuff is just like in the background. Like there is a character called Breadhead, and apparently he is not a Rotlin or a human. He is a golem made from bread. And I would not know this if not for outside material. Like,
yeah, that can be frustrating. But watch this video.
Feels like you did not tell me enough. There is a guy that gets killed in this pilot by Ken the Butcher, the father figure to our main character. Mm-hmm. And when I had just watched the episode, it was like, oh well, he killed that guy. Guess he knew too much or something.
Mm-hmm.
And then it took outside material to fully grasp why he did it and all that. Like, they're not saying enough.
Imagine I watched the pilot and then the next podcast I come back on here, I'm just like, Rahshawn, you're fucking stupid. That was easy. That was easy to follow.
And that would be fair. And that would be fair. I am okay admitting that I just missed it. All right. I am okay saying that I am the problem with this show.
L media literacy, L take, L contrarian.
Like I will be honest. Like if episode 2 was out this week, I'm watching it. But I'm saying that episode 1 didn't leave me feeling clean, you know.
Okay, the next trailer. We're still on trailers. We did GTA, Superman, Peacemaker. Oh yeah, the Ironheart trailer. Oh boy, was there a lot of discussion about the Ironheart trailer.
It's a fine trailer. It tells me what the show is going to be about.
Mm-hmm.
It looks fun. It looks like a fun show. Looks like the sort of thing that I'd like to watch. I like how in the test, instead of actually solving the jigsaw trap,
how he wanted her to,
she decides, no, I'm just gonna leave. Like this is why would I fix it? Oh, I'm just gonna leave.
Yeah.
Right, like it's fun, shows the smarts of their character without having them insist upon themselves.
Yeah, like so many complaints that I saw because it has more dislikes than likes on YouTube, and like if you read the comments, it's just like a shit show. It's so bad. No, the YouTube comments are nothing.
So many comments just like, so anyways, where's the Moon Knight? Where's Moon Knight season 2? I want Moon Knight season 2. Where's Moon Knight season 2? That's what it felt like. It wasn't this hate. It was worse than hate. It was indifference.
Oh.
In that comment section.
No, but the comment section on YouTube was so much more tameable. A young, black, talented woman and Twitter do not mix at all.
Oh, God.
There's so many accounts.
Critical drinker, bro. Shout out to Nando, bro.
Yeah.
Nando did a video on the trailer, and he brought up the critical drinker, and bro was immediately like, bro, like the show is not out, bro. Big shout out to Nando. I know we've shouted out Nando before, but giant shout out to him for that. Like so many of these people like critical drinker, it's like, bro, There is no show to complain about yet, and you're still complaining.
Here's the thing. Like, on one of, like, the biggest, like, accounts that, like, we post movie trailers and stuff, they literally had to disable the replies, because people were literally... It was literally a whole clan meeting. Like, I'm not even joking. People were posting, like...
No, they a clan meeting, probably, let alone a clan meeting, probably meeting up the people who sent out one woman money. The mom who, like, wasn't it like a mom who called, like, a kid the N-word, and she got, like, $200,000? Yeah, she called some little kid, like, it wasn't N-word. Didn't she call him a nether? Hard order that?
I don't know, but now I gotta censor that.
And the thing, I'm pretty sure she hard-ordered it. And even better, I actually respect her for this, because she's one of those racists. She's one of those racists I respect.
Who's open about it.
Again, straight to the camera, whole face, wholehearted. I respect those racists, right? I'm tired of the hiding behind. The internet won't let me say it. Say it. She found her people, and it was thousands of dollars worth of her people. Like, ugh.
Yeah, like...
They really let you know that racism is not dead.
Like, remember when racism used to be a bad thing? I mean, it is still a bad thing, but, like...
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. It's still a bad thing. What it is that racism was always considered bad by the majority, and a minority considered a good thing. And now the minority can show how many thousands of dollars they're worth by sending it to a racist woman who does not need to leave her town, because no one is hunting her down, because no black person is going to go to jail over killing some white lady for calling a small child the N-word with a hard R.
Exactly. And, like,
it's not good optics.
Twitter is such a cesspool. But now, getting back to Ironheart and the blatant racism in response, I don't know, do you watch the Birdman's Exposing the Grift series?
I do. Did he make a new one?
Yeah, he made one on...
I've been keeping up with the Birdman account. Let me pull that up real quick.
Yeah, he made a video...
Watch it after this.
He made a video in response to Nerdrotic's video on Ironheart, and... he points out all of the inconsistencies and, like, all of the stuff Nerdrotic says that just doesn't make sense. Like, for example, Nerdrotic talks about how in the trailer, within, like, the first minute, they call her a genius 3 times, you know? That's not a good way to establish a character as a genius. You have to actually show it. They do. By her breaking out of the elevator using her own method, because she's a genius.
Also by her just being in university. But also, like, we tell it all the time. We told it with all the Fantastic Four movies with Reed Richards. We told it with all the movies with Tony Stark. Like, this is just a thing that you do with smart characters, is that you say they're smart too. Like, come on now.
Yeah, like, someone needs to make, like, a compilation of every time someone called Tony Stark a genius.
In this trailer, like, yeah, and
literally the main
Iron Man trailer, Iron Man 1, 2, or 3, or any of the Fantastic. Like, what are we doing? Like, also, they do show it in the trailer too, just like First Steps. Like, come on, bro.
Also, another thing about the trailer, that a thing that racists like to do is they like to project by saying, "Oh no, you're actually the racist. You're the one who cares about race." Like, for example, in both the YouTube comments and on Twitter, there were people saying that it was racist that the trailer was playing hip-hop music because she's black. When, firstly, hip-hop is a black genre of music. That's just a fact. And second, she's from Chicago.
Point and sinker. Like,
yeah. So, like, also most trailers use... Also, most trailers use hip-hop or rap. So, like, it is literally just people...
Like, that's just, like, for any of them. Like what?
Like, people just trying to find an excuse to hate it.
My least favorite comment... My least favorite comment was... We got this show, but I can't believe that they got a show for this. It should have been the Iron Man 3 kid. Shut up.
Oh my god.
Shut up. And read a comic book. Like, oh my god.
Look. Would it be cool if that kid came back in some way as an original character? Yes. He should be in Armor Wars. Because why not? But He's not Ironheart. There's no comic out there where that character even exists. I don't even think he exists in any of the comics, let alone as an Iron Man successor.
All right. Shout out also to the people who are dumb and think that that Ironheart is supposed to be Tony Stark's daughter. Like,
no,
comic book.
No. Again, that would be cool to bring her back, but not Ironheart.
In reality, she should be rescued too. Like, she should follow up her mom's version of the armor, not her father's version of the armor. But
yeah,
that's neither here nor there, right? That's neither here nor there.
Also, the visual effects in the trailer look really good, especially the scene where she puts on the suit.
It's been what, 3 years?
Yeah,
VFX artists had time.
Yeah, well, I don't think it was Nando. I think it was another YouTuber. I think it was the Birdman, actually. He pointed out that most people are joking when they say, like, oh, they've been sitting on this series for 2 years. That's technically not true. They started filming around the time Wakanda Forever came out, and that continued into 2023. And then they stopped because they wanted to go back and rework some stuff. And they were going to start filming again, but then the strikes happened. So really, the series didn't stop filming until sometime last year. So.
Oh, wow. All right. Well, then the VFX artist did a good job then. Never mind. Didn't have extra time. My only problem is I have a feeling that by the end of this, we're not getting a proper comic book accurate Ironheart suit. And like,
what makes you
guys, she's called Ironheart. If we don't get Ironheart 3.0, her name doesn't even make sense.
Why don't you think they're gonna do the pink and black with the heart?
Because they have made no strong attempts to make it look like that's where they're going. Right. I mean, I guess they might be doing that, but like here's the thing. Here's the reason why I'm iffy on that. I don't know if they would put in the effort to design up the suit if they are going to make it a 2-second post-credit scene at the very last episode after her white suit is destroyed. And I feel like we would have gotten a hint at it in this trailer, because I feel like if you're not I feel like it is too much effort for a 1 second scene. I think it is somehow even more wasted effort if you do all of that for a 30-minute fight scene.
Yeah.
At the very end, we just barely get it. If you're gonna get it, make it. It's gotta at least be for the hood fight that we get, and I have a feeling they're just not gonna do it. I have a feeling. All right. I'm not saying that I'm gonna be right. I'm worried.
They could pull a Miss Marvel, and she doesn't get it until the penultimate episode, and in the final episode, she's wearing it.
It could. Look, all I know is at the very end of the day, as long as they make sure that it is not nanotech.
Yeah.
I'm done. I'm gonna be honest, I'm done.
Well, people have actually been making memes and jokes about that. Oh yeah, I think it was someone posted a picture of US Agent with his mask on, and they said, this would look so much better if it was nanotech.
bro, forget US Agent. Shout out to the Ghost Mask. What to do, nanotech? Do whatever that was.
Yeah, that was awesome. Where it folds back the individual
back and stuff. Yes, more of that, please. I'm done with nanotech.
Yeah.
In fact, make that how Sam's helmet works afterwards. That is heat.
Also, another thing that the Birdman points out that Nerdwadic got wrong in his critique of the trailer is Nerdwadic, when explaining Ironheart's backstory, says that she became Iron Man's successor after Iron Man died, but that's not what happened. Because
she's not successing Iron Man. That's why she has her own name. She's not even a legacy hero technically. What are we doing?
Plus, in that storyline, Tony wasn't dead. He was just in a coma. So, that's just proof that it's all bullshit, and these grifters don't actually read the comics that they complain about. So they don't actually care.
Interesting. Riri Williams has something to do with the 10 rings. I wonder if that's going to be important later down the line.
Oh, by the way, how much money do you want to bet that the final scene or the post-credit scene is going to be Kamala Khan showing up and saying, "Hey, I'm putting together a team"?
If they do that, I would like for one thing in addition to that.
What?
Patriot standing behind her, like right there. Like, I need proof that they're actually trying to at least try to do this. Like, guys, I'm done. I'm done waiting. Show him in the Patriot outfit. You should have done it. You should have done it in Brave New World. And now I'm telling you now, do it here.
Kevin Feige, we know you're watching. Actually, no, he doesn't watch us. James Gunn watches us. James Gunn, tell Kevin Feige. We know you got him on speed dial.
All I know is that I can't wait for Vision Quest, because Vision Quest gets us one step closer to this moment in the comics.
Woke, DUI, forced diversity.
That is an android. I don't...
Yes, okay. If this happens, and grifters respond like that, we should just flood their comment sections with, "That's not a human. That's a robot that looks like a ghoul. It's not a ghoul. It's not woke."
I'd also note that that if we stay comic accurate, Riri's immediate reaction is, "I don't feel that way about you."
Exactly.
And I want them to keep that going as well, because I think that is a valid thing to show. Rejection.
And how it's okay. Especially if it's an android that's hitting on.
We don't have a proper version of either team ready, because this is the lineup of the champions that Riri was on. We are not getting this lineup.
At least for a long time.
Right? But this is nowhere near the lineup of the Young Avengers either. So we don't have the proper lineup for either team. We kind of have a fusion of both lineups, I guess. We have like some of the Young Avengers, we have some of the champions, but it is not a proper version of either lineup. And I find that fascinating. It especially won't be a proper version of this lineup because, oh my goodness, can we get confirmation you're doing Patriot? Like, seriously?
Yes, Kevin Feige, just come out and say it. Come out and say it.
We're not doing Iron Lad. That's Kang. There's no way.
I mean, they can. It's just a different act. It will obviously wouldn't be the same actor because it's a young Kang.
Right, but also you're doing Ironheart, and so I doubt that you do two Iron people on the same team anyway, too, right? That's what I mean, is like we're not really set up for either of the original versions of these teams, but we're set up for like a weird fusion dance of them. I'm not mad at it.
I'm interested to see what they do with the Avengers.
Hey, we have a slot in between two movies now that they could do something.
Okay, we'll get to that. I'm excited to talk about those developments, but first, gotta talk about Daredevil.
Indeed.
I will open it with my statement. We kind of already talked about this in private, but my take is that as someone who has watched the original series, if I look at this new series as what is essentially season 4, it is the weakest season. But I will also add, what I didn't say previously, is I don't think season 2 of the original was the strongest either. Season 2, the first half, the first arc was everything with Punisher, which was amazing. Some of the best stuff from that series. And then the second half was the stuff with Elektra and the Hand, which I didn't really care for. I didn't think it was bad, but it wasn't as compelling as the Punisher stuff. So season 2 also wasn't like amazing, but I think I would still put it above the first season of Daredevil Born Again.
Yeah, I mean, the best episodes were episode 1. I'm trying to decide if I like episode 2 enough to say it was among the best. Wasn't that the trial? Wasn't the trial episode 2?
No, the trial was
White Tiger's trial.
White Tiger's trial was episode 3. He gets introduced in episode 2.
So 1, 3. The last 2 episodes and the one at the bank. Like,
yeah, those are the good episodes. Those are the good episodes. And then,
like everything else is just kind of, well, we're doing all right. Well, okay. We're crazy how it's kind of crazy. So episode 1, he's Daredevil. Episode 3 is a really good Matt Murdock trial. The bank episode just kind of feels like Daredevil,
like a day in the life.
Just feel like he kind of just feels like he's being Daredevil, right? Like he just couldn't get to the costume in time. So that's kind of a Daredevil episode. And then the last 2 episodes are Daredevil episodes. So it's kind of crazy how you could basically say that every episode where he wasn't Daredevil was actually just kind of Yeah.
Also, it's strange that Charlie Cox wasn't a fan of the bank episode, and I can understand why he was initially hesitant, but, like, the way he acts, the way Matt acts and is written in that episode, that's full Matt Murdock. Like, that scene, because remember, he wasn't in the bank when they started...
Like, that whole, like, and the guy he's playing off with the bad guy is so much fun, too, like...
Yeah, like, I love how, because he does this sometimes in the original series as well, in the Defenders. He uses his blindness to his advantage, where he pretends to be, I'm just a clumsy blind guy. Like the scene where he walks into the bank and he's just whistling, what's going on? Like,
I'm blind.
I'm a blind. That's why I kind of feel bad for the original creative team, because they've gotten so much shit. But, like, they did a lot of good stuff. All of the White Tiger stuff was great.
Literally everything in between 1 and 8, like, was them. So, like, they cooked somewhat.
Have you heard what the original opening of the series was gonna be?
I have not.
So the original series, the original opening, cold open, was gonna be Matt Murdock, and he was gonna be like, it said he was going to be like sitting like on a bridge or something, like looking over a river, and he was basically just going to be staring off, and then he starts crying, and then he drops his mask, the intro plays like it does in the show we got, and basically Foggy's death was going to basically happen off screen.
Oh, that sounds absolutely, completely and utterly garbage. Why on earth would you ever do it like that?
Because
what?
And then also Karen has a good, like, plays a major part in the first episode before she eventually leaves. Originally, she wasn't going to be in the first episode at all, because originally when they were developing the series,
originally she wasn't going to be here at all, since all of her scenes are from the reshot stuff.
Yeah. So apparently the reason why that was, and again, I don't blame the original creative team, the original idea when they were developing it is that they were going to try to distance themselves from the Netflix series. They were basically...
Which is just a bad idea. That's a bad idea.
Which, and that's the main reason...
Keep it $150. It was a bad idea.
Yeah, and like, on one hand, I kind of get it, because you want, a fresh story to reintroduce these characters, but don't just get rid of everything that has been established already. And that's actually the main reason why they did the creative overhaul, because Charlie Cox and John Bernthal, they would not have... It was Charlie Cox, John Bernthal, and Vincent D'Onofrio, who plays Kingpin. They were all unhappy with the creative direction of the series. And John Bernthal, who plays the Punisher, he actually left. Like, he filmed that scene with him and Matt in episode 4. They filmed that scene, and then he left. That was going to be his only scene in the entire season. He left. And then... And then he came... And then...
What are they cooking?
I don't know, but he left, and then they asked him to come back, and he was like, I'm not coming back with the current direction that it's going, like, I don't like this direction. And then they brought in the new people, and they fixed it. They gave Punisher more stuff to do, and, they tidied it up and made it a bit more coherent. Which, like, again, I don't blame the original team. I blame the executives who wanted to try to get away from the Netflix series. I think trying to do that...
that was always going to be a bad idea. The thing about the Netflix series is you don't need to escape them. At the end of the day, right? Especially with the other characters like Jessica and Luke, an interesting starting point to play around in this world. You can bring Purple Man back. There's nothing stopping you from just saying like that these are similar but not exact. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I remember for the longest time before it was officially, like, the Netflix shows have always been canon, but, like, it's never been...
Not really.
Not really. And so when they first brought Daredevil back in Spider-Man No Way Home and in She-Hulk, there were people saying, oh, this is probably a variant, or that the Netflix version is from a different timeline. Because if you watch the Netflix shows... I don't know if you've seen or heard, but like the Netflix
they never
shows
fully directly get to say any of the things.
Yeah.
But they kind of say the things, so like it seems weird.
Yeah, like they refer to the Battle of New York as the incident. There's a scene where in Jessica Jones, a woman tries to kill Jessica because she finds out Jessica's a metahuman, and she basically blames her and all metahumans for the destruction that happened in New York that caused her daughter's death. And Jessica is like, well, don't blame me, go blame the big green guy and the blondie with a hammer. It's like, just say their names.
Just say the Avengers, bro.
They did manage to do it once. It was in Luke Cage. There's a scene where Luke Cage is walking down the street and he passes a newspaper vendor and he's like, trying to sell newspapers. He's like, oh, latest info on Tony Stark or something like that. That's the only time they ever directly name drop a character from the MCU.
I think the new direction was a good idea, and honestly, as a person who has not seen any season of Daredevil, I've seen clips. I've seen. I have not touched the Netflix stuff. Oh my god! Does it feel nice to have people in Matt's corner who know he's Daredevil and isn't trying to get him to not be Daredevil?
Exactly.
Bro, Karen came back and I was like, oh, this is great. I love this energy. Can we keep this for the entire rest of the show?
Even though you don't...
I hate these people who are bringing my mans down.
And, there's, this immediate, energy switch. The vibes completely change. When Matt's with the new cast, Chewie and all of them, they're cool, I guess. And then once Karen and Frank show up, you could tell these guys have known each other for a while, both the actors and characters.
It feels like episode 8 and 9 especially, just felt so much like everyone was having so much fun. I felt like I was having fun. Everything felt fun.
Yeah, when I was watching episode 9 and there's that fight in Matt's apartment where they're fighting off the anti-vigilante members, and one of them is finished and Daredevil's trying to convince Frank to not kill him. Frank does it anyway, and then they get into an argument. I'm like, yes, it can't be Daredevil without Punisher and him getting into an argument.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking good. It's looking great. My only problem is, they better put the speech in the Punisher special at this point. They better have been saving it, because what was that?
Oh, you mean
you got so close and you just didn't do it. What are we doing?
Oh, you mean the speech he says to the officers?
Yes, come on, what are we doing?
I honestly
I respect it if they're saving it for the Punisher special, because that's no, that deserves to be in Punisher's thing. But if we're just not gonna do it at all, when you are perfectly set up, you have perfectly set yourself up for him to do it.
Bo's gotta look it up.
Of course I gotta look it up. You think I got these exact words memorized at all times? I'll say this once. We're not the same. You took an oath to uphold the law. You help people. I gave all that up a long time ago. You don't do what I do. Nobody does. You boys need a role model. His name is Captain America, and he'd be happy to have you. That's a small part of it.
Mm-hmm.
Those are bars, bro. Those are bars.
Yeah. That's not
especially
the same.
With real life officers of the law, actually putting Punisher's logo. They changed his logo in the comics because of that. It's bro.
Yeah.
What are you doing? You're not the Punisher, bro. You're a police officer.
Yeah. And what I'm really excited about is that John Bernthal is also co-writing and producing the Punisher special, and all the stuff with the Punisher, it was his idea to do. So I'm very excited to see what he does. As you can tell, he loves playing this character, and I don't blame him.
Yeah. I mean, literally the post-credit scene. Was it a post-credit scene?
Yeah, it was a post-credit scene.
Post-credit scene for this whole thing just set up for the special.
Oh yeah, where, by the way, that God probably gotta be like top 10 dumbest people in the entire Marvel Cinematic Universe. It's like,
yeah, I know, like, bro, what are you doing?
It's like,
he was not about to sign that thing, or whatever lie he said to get him close to the bars.
No, wasn't it like, it was like, you know who I am? Yeah, you're the Punisher. Yeah, you know, I really respect what you're doing here. Yeah, I got these chains, you know, I can't really do anything. Just come here, let me shake your hand. Oh, then he snaps his arm. Tell me, that's top 3 dumbest characters in the MCU.
Yeah, so that's my thoughts on Daredevil. It was pretty good. Everything in 8 and 9 are basically perfect, and everything else is pretty good. Leaning towards kind of
I will say,
can't wait to see more Bullseye.
Oh yeah, that was another thing.
Also, there is a Reddit post that's like that was a year old, like around the time that episode came out. That was like, is there a way that, like, with the force of a human mouth, you could shoot a tooth into a guy to and it injures him? I'm telling you, that was a writer's alt account, bro. You can't convince.
There's no way. There's no way.
I was like thinking that up and was like, let me check if this is even realistic. Also, we got the D. I'm telling you, I think the only reason why we don't get it in this season is that they didn't have time to recreate the outfit right. Mm-hmm. I fully believe that is the only reason why we didn't get it in this one.
Okay, last thing I want to say about Born Again is, do you think they wasted Muse as a character?
No. Especially since apparently he dies pretty similarly in the comics. So he's a one act. He's supposed to be.
Yeah, I think I actually mentioned that about how he dies in the same one that he was introduced. But at the same time, I can understand why some people were a bit frustrated, because I don't think they handled his arc the best. Like, for example,
I think that we could have spent a lot more time on the Muse murders, and honestly, we should have spent more time with the actual Muse himself.
Yeah,
before the big scene with the
therapist.
The therapist, which you also should have gotten more of her in actuality. Really feed into that idea that she's gonna read into the situation wrong and gonna start believing in Fisk more. Really build that up. Instead of like having her like really have like, maybe like, especially with the scenes with her, maybe have her be more like, no, Fisk is fine, I don't know what you're on about, earlier on, you know what I mean? Honestly, I think the best thing they did about it though was Fisk being like, no, the Daredevil wasn't here, you did this, you killed him,
you took him down.
Yeah, that was genius. I love that.
No, I think what is probably the most out of pocket scene in the whole season is, I think it's in episode 8 or episode 9, where like when the city goes in the blackout and the anti-vigilante task force is going around and they kill an innocent person, and it's like, oh my god, you just killed that kid, and then he pulls down his beanie.
No, he wasn't a kid. He was a masked vigilante.
Yo, that is so out of pocket. That's actually so crazy.
Yeah, they can only get number 2 because we all know number 1.
Oh, yeah. That scene, I remember Cosmonaut Variety Hour, he posted on Twitter, he posted that clip with the caption, "This is the same season where Daredevil goes on a fun side adventure with Kamala Khan's dad." But no, that scene...
And we find out that the West Coast Avengers are starting up.
Yeah. Honestly, that scene, once again, as someone who's watched the original series, that scene tops a lot of scenes from that. Also, I don't know if you saw or heard, but Jessica Jones confirmed for Season 2.
Confirmed for Season 2, which basically confirms all of them for Season 2. I'm gonna be honest, they should have retooled that ending scene. It shouldn't have been like a slow-mo shot and like, oh, look at this character and oh, look at this character. Should have been like just a smooth like walk in. Hey, if you got confirmation on like code purple or like code yellow? I'm saying that the codes he's actually looking for the defenders, right? Have you gotten confirmation on them? Or like we don't actually say their names just in case they don't come. Right, so have you got confirmation on code purple? It was like, oh, they were last code yellow. We last saw him in Harlem. He's working out of this, da 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 da. And it's like, ooh, it's like that's how you do the intrigue. It's like this team isn't the team; they're looking for the team.
Yeah, but I'm so excited. Like, I love how everyone collectively agrees. Like, yeah, this season was good, but the next season is going to be way better.
Right, especially if they confirm Luke Cage and Iron Fist beforehand as well, because that means like they're not going to be cameos at all. They are fully were in it.
Yeah. With that being said, let's see, what's the next thing? Thunderbolts Asterix, now known as the new Avengers.
I'm going to start to discuss it.
Oh no!
Completely,
I'm scared.
I'm going to completely destroy any form of comprehensive study, any order that we're supposed to go in, because I've been wanting to talk about this since I've seen it. All right, and I'm just going to skip to it.
All right,
Century throwing Red Guardian out the window, and then going, get back here, and then throwing him into the bar was the typest thing I have ever seen. That is the coolest, like that is the moment of all time for me. All right, that was the peak of the Century fight. It's just him throwing him out the window and just going, no, get back here.
No, get your ass back here. Wait, let him get up. No, my favorite part of that fight scene is when Bucky takes off his jacket, like that's gonna do shit.
That's gonna do something. Take off your jacket. Your jacket wasn't holding you back. That's not you. There wasn't no weighted jacket. You do it.
I also love how when it's clear that they can't beat him, they get the fuck out of there. Like none of this. Yeah, none of this, so no, we fight to the death. They're like, oh yeah, we can't beat this guy. Also, I love Ghost picking out Bucky's arm for him. That was nice. Okay.
Final shout out to that fight scene before we get back to it.
Yeah, Okay, we're not gonna do like a scene-by-scene breakdown. We're just gonna go in general order. Firstly, let's get all our general thoughts out of the way.
Okay, so we're general thoughts, not scene by scene breakdown. So the opening is amazing, great opening, pretty much exactly how you thought it was going to be opening if you really paid attention to the trailers. Like, if you really paid attention to the trailers, I think that like this general like plot by plot breakdown up until. Yeah, no, I think on the general plot by breakdown you could have predicted.
By the way,
the opening. Choreography was great. Dialogue, the overview was great. The jokes were great.
Oh, by the way, that scene of her jumping off the building, that's practical.
Real.
Yeah.
Yep.
In fact,
they practically did that. And
most of this movie,
parachute's not her, but that was a stunt. That was a stunt double.
Yeah. In fact, most of this movie was shot practically, which
is why it looks amazing.
Yeah.
It was amazing.
Yeah, the opening scene is great. I especially love when she goes in and there's that hallway shootout and there's that top-down view. That looks amazing. Also, notice how everything is...
We've gotten in the MCU.
Yeah. Also, notice...
Yes, that's right. I'm calling out every single Daredevil hallway scene. I think this was better.
Yeah. Controversy sells. That's all I'll say. Also, your cams. Oh wait. Okay, we're back. But also notice how during that entire sequence, the fight scene and the scene of her in the lab, notice how everything is dark and a lot of the scenery is engulfed in shadows, in darkness.
And we're back.
Oh, did you hear anything I said?
Notice how I presume you're going to mention how the shadows mimic the end.
Yeah, how during that entire fight scene and that entire opening sequence when she's in the lab, everything is dark and a lot of the scenery is engulfed in shadows and the dark.
Shout out to the fact that you can see the two guys he dusted in the background. If you're paying
I didn't notice that until someone pointed it out. Yeah, and what else? Oh yeah, like you said, the dialogue in that scene. Well, really the entire movie, but that scene was amazing. Where the scientist guy, like holding her at gunpoint, she's like, "No."
It's like, you don't understand. You can't let the Century Project get out. You know,
boom, and dead.
Oh no! I needed your face. Well, and instead of just blowing up one room, I'll just blow up the entire building then.
Yeah, but she saved the guinea pig, so. Also, did we ever find out?
Have superpowers.
Did we find out what happened to the guinea pig?
We see. I remember there is some note about the guinea pig.
Wait, I'm looking this up
because I remember being like, "Oh, hey, look, there's the guinea pig."
I swear, I think we see it in a post-credit scene. Guinea pig MCU wiki. I swear, if he has an MCU wiki page. Why did I search guinea pig and it comes up with Isaiah Bradley? That feels wrong. Maybe I spelled it wrong. Guinea pig. No, that's not it. That's from Guardians of the Galaxy.
Is it not?
Let me see. Yeah, let me just look on her page. Destroying evidence. At gunpoint, Project Sentry. Blue. It doesn't say what happened to the guinea pig. Oh. No, justice for the guinea pig.
Yeah, no, I swear the guinea pig gets mentioned later. It might be in the credit. It might be in the credit roll. It's like the guinea pig is mentioned.
Maybe the new Avengers and Bob and the guinea pig.
Yeah, the guiney pig. So that entire scene's great. I love the opening. The scene with her, because I'm gonna skip ahead to the scene with Red Guardian, because I think the Yelena scene happens first, but I feel like it narratively flows better if I talk about the Red Guardian scene.
Yeah,
it was fun. And it was good. It was good establishing. You need to establish Red Guardian for this movie, and you established him well. Established his sadness, her sadness, the motivations behind every action, in this movie, kind of get perfectly set up.
Honestly, everyone in this movie is just sad and depressed. That's kind
of the point, right?
Yeah.
I think the biggest problem lies in that this movie does need a director's cut, and I will explain that when we get to the end of this.
Okay.
Valentina is hilarious throughout this entire film.
Oh yeah, she was great. Well,
from her first scene to her last, she is just a menace, and it is amazing.
Bro, the scene that I saw even before the movie came out, because they posted it, when they're all in Avengers Tower, and she's talking to U.S. Agent, and she calls him Junior Varsity Captain America. And he reaches for his gun. Like, bro was really about to end the movie right there.
Except he wasn't, because Century was strong enough at that point to stop that bullet.
Yeah, but like, that's just so funny to me. Like, U.S. Agent is like Soldier Boy if he was a good guy. If that makes sense.
I should have said also, this movie falls into the problem that I think a lot of these do, which is you gotta say their name. You gotta say their name, but the audience isn't gonna know. You did it for Red Guardian, good job. You did it for Ghost, good job. But you did not do it for U.S. Agent, to my recollection. You gotta say it. I think it's in the post-credit scene. maybe, and I think it's in the credits, but they never directly call him the U.S. agent.
Yeah, they just call him John or Walker.
They only ever call him John Walker or Captain America joke. They never say the words U.S. agent. That's a problem.
Yeah, I agree.
Gotta establish their names. I'm
trying to think.
For the most part, they did it right for everybody else. So good job.
Even the most important character.
They didn't do it for Taskmaster because that wasn't Taskmaster, and now she's dead. Woo.
What do you mean? She survived and carried the movie, bro.
She did not, bro. They didn't just kill her. They then torched the body. Jeez.
Yeah.
Also, I guess the bow scene was in a previous version of this movie because it never comes into play. And that's sad.
Apparently, according to director, there was a cut storyline involving Taskmaster where...
Yeah, I've heard about that.
Yeah.
Where she was originally going to survive. Apparently, this was late. She was like late in production. They decided to just kill her. Originally, she survived, and she had a whole thing with Ghost, and there was kind of like this parallel with her and Ghost and how tragic their lives were and all that. In reality, we really didn't need to tell. Like the story they were telling was kind of a story that's been told before in the MCU anyway. So I think better just kill her off.
Yeah. Also, on top of that, apparently she was also gonna have like amnesia. So like, she was sent to kill.
Oh, yeah. So that was also going to be part of the problem where it's like Bob's already doing the amnesia plot too.
Yeah.
So like all of her storylines were just kind of storylines that we had.
That we were already doing
already. We can just get rid of all that.
Yeah.
But yeah, apparently she was gonna have amnesia and she was gonna forget that they made up every once in a while.
And it was just gonna try to attack them.
Which is kind of funny, but also like, I don't actually looking at the movie as it is. I don't really think that would have been like, it's funny as an idea. Like this is a thing that like happens a lot where it's really funny in concept. When you put it down to paper,
it doesn't work.
Like half of the things that you cook up.
Yeah,
if we're being honest, but it's not good. Like you do it for the bit.
Yeah, but if the movie was lighthearted and more comedic, I could see them incorporating that, but with the tone and story they were going for, no.
Yeah, like maybe one time, but like from how they talked about it,
it was gonna be like a gag,
a three-part bit. It's like, no, that doesn't.
No, imagine
that doesn't flow well.
No, imagine if the third time Taskmaster does it, they get fed up with her and kill her.
Nah, that would have been way too diabolical.
No, that needs to be in the director's cut. We need that in the director's cut. Oh my god!
But yeah, no. How did you react? I wasn't there. How was to the death to them just boom?
I literally
one in the head.
On my baby sister, I had no reaction.
Really?
Yeah, I was just like, because I knew she was gonna die. Everyone knew she was gonna die. I was just like, oh, there it is. I thought the way she died was kind of
so funny. Yeah, the way she died was kind of funny. You know what's so funny? It happened so suddenly. In my head, I was like, oh, like before watching it, I was gonna be like, oh, I know Taskmaster's dead. I'm gonna cheer. I'm gonna cheer. Yeah, I don't care about I'm gonna cheer when she dies. And then it happened, and then like I was just kind of like, oh, she's dead. Yeah.
Literally, like
it literally took me like 10 seconds to even like fully like absorb that she died because they dropped.
Also, people are pointing out like Taskmaster wears a mask. Why is it not bulletproof? Why? Like.
That's so real. That should have taken like 3 shots.
Yeah, like why couldn't they? Because there's like a really. She only has one line of dialogue where she lifts up her mask and you see her actions.
I'm not here for you. puts it back on.
Why couldn't they save that for that scene? Like, she knocks away Ghost, so she lifts up the mask, I'm not here for you. She turns around, Ghost appears in front of her.
Well, you know why they couldn't do that? They have a lingering shot where we see her face, and it's like she has to have the mask on, because otherwise that's not PG.
Oh,
if it's
yeah.
an actual human face, if it's an actual human face with a bullet in it, that's immediate R rating.
True. Well, they could have found a way to, like, obscure it. I mean, remember, Yelena shoots, like, multiple guards in the opening scene, huh? So...
I mean, true, yeah. You can always find ways to obscure the thing, but, like, they really wanted to make sure you knew
she was dead. Yeah. Like,
They were really like, we apologize, Anthony Masters will return eventually. Yeah. We'll get there.
Eventually, post-Secret Wars.
We'll make that the opening... Actually, we'll make that the opening fight for Captain America 5.
Yes.
Where Shipper Society was the opening fight for 4, we make that the opening fight for 5.
Mm-hmm.
Taskmaster.
Okay.
And have him be like Taskmaster. I have been looking into the Taskmaster. That dude is hilarious in the comics.
Oh yeah.
That dude takes bro is like Deadpool, but if he was a villain, bro. Like he has no care for any of this. He's there for the fun.
Wait. You said Deadpool if he was a villain?
Yeah. I'm gonna slowly scroll down to this message.
Deadpool if he was a villain.
Deadpool is not a villain.
He literally, bro, Deadpool's a villain. He's
not a villain.
Is
Punisher a villain?
Yes.
Is Punisher a villain?
Yes. You can be an anti-hero.
At least you're consistent.
You can be a hero and villain at the same time. How is that a crazy take? How is that crazy?
So anyways, I really that entire scene in the bunker was like perfect, immaculate.
Bo doesn't understand basic literacy. Bo's illiterate.
All right, like that entire scene in the bunker was great. That fight scene, them escaping it, was great. The two key things. I like how the chain of death makes sense. You send U.S. Agent after Yelena because he can overpower her with his super strength, right? You send Yelena after Ghost because she's way more like she has like the skill and mentality to take her down, right? You send Ghost after Taskmaster because
Taskmaster.
We
saw why
she's able to kill Taskmaster. The phasing, right? Like Taskmaster can't copy that. Like Taskmaster to be able to perfectly copy the other two, you can't copy phasing through, right?
Which by the way,
send Taskmaster after U.S. Agent because the perfect mimicry is just, he don't got the skill for that.
The plan really was genius. Like the part where Yelena's like, she sent us here to destroy evidence. We are also evidence.
Yeah, I think my only problem with it is No, I only have one problem with it. That timer should not exist. Just rip the timer off the wall and keep the scene the same, because like whether they know they got 2 minutes or not, I mean they're gonna be looking for a way out anyway, right? Like the timer was completely irrelevant. Like it makes sense that it needs to charge up. Like everything else, like don't put a timer. Like that's just dumb.
Yeah.
That's my only problem with it. The entire rest of that scene handled perfectly. I love them looting Taskmaster's corpse.
Oh yeah, and then isn't there like a line, I can't remember if it's in that scene or later on, where Ghost says something disrespectful about Taskmaster and Yelena's just like, hey, she had a hard life.
Yeah, no, it's in that scene.
And that's all they ever mention of her.
Throughout all of it is great. U.S. Agent being not realize. I love how much John was in denial that whole time until it was to the wire. All right, I'm dying.
Yeah,
this is supposed to kill me too.
Also, I love.
Great.
Oh yeah, Bob's amazing. We stand Bob. Also, I was surprised to see that a lot of people came out of this movie loving U.S. Agent as a character. Like, because everyone hated him when Falcon and Winter Soldier came out. But I saw so many people online being like, "Yo, U.S. Agent's actually that guy. He's actually kind of a fun character."
Yeah, it's fun. But the reason, like, I think they're not liking him like you like Sam Wilson. They're liking him like like Homelander, like or Soldier Boy.
Yeah, like
he's an asshole, and like it's fun to see him get his comeuppance from being an asshole every
well,
once in a while.
well, yeah. I don't think anyone is
like Lelena going like, oh, is it my turn? No, you already know you're an asshole. You're a piece of shit, and so does family. Completely ugly.
Yeah, or like I love that scene where I'm trying to remember where it takes place, but there's a scene, I think it's after Bucky kidnaps them, and they're like in the back of like that transport or whatever, and they're just having like a regular conversation.
Oh, yeah. It's after Bucky gets on board with we got to go stop them, and it's just like, do you like the hat? Do you like the helmet?
Yeah, I mean, I like it. Yeah. I got this.
Like, you can't convince me he didn't change that beret because of that. Like,
no, he definitely did. Or like, what was the other thing about the gun?
He was self-conscious. He was feeling self-conscious that whole time. Because you can't tell me that come on.
Yeah.
They knew what type of joke they were making when they brought up the pistol.
Yeah. How did it go?
Oh, it's a long barrel. Yeah. I guess it is I guess it's kind of long.
It's kind of.
What are you doing?
I love that. I'm trying to think. Oh yeah. So they get Bob. They break out.
Speaking of breaking out, that is scene of them having to climb the.
Oh yeah, that was great. That was awesome.
They had to do that for a mile. It says it's a mile below Earth. There ain't no way. I get the super soldier. The rest of them do that. Bob do that.
Also, remember when
for a mile.
Remember when US Agent fucking jumped all the way up there and then came back down?
That was really cool. If he was just smarter, he could have realized that he could have stayed near the wall and then just kept jumping.
Yeah, do some Mario shit. But I remember.
But instead, like, he just jumps one time, thinks he's got it, and lands on his back. You should do that again.
And I saw a clip. Someone reposted the clip, and they were like, "I do not remember Steve doing no shit like that." Roller like he took flight.
I mean, part of it is that it's dark, so you can't see exactly where he stopped and started falling. But it's like, he's a super soldier, guys. Like, that's how super soldiers work. He's a little bit more than human.
Yeah, or like when they get to the top, and then they're like, they get to the top, and then they're like, okay, now what? They didn't account for how they're gonna actually open it and get out.
Bob's dead. She did not slow down that descent. That was an instant, that's how you know he was superhuman. If you do that, that's just breaking the guy's leg. Like,
yeah, I know. R.I.P. Bob. You will be missed. Oh yeah, they managed to get out.
Not yet.
Oh, go on.
No. I'm saying that Bob's not dead yet.
Yet. Okay, so.
So the further scene later on.
So after they break out, they have like this. They try to come up with a plan because Valentina and her like private army, they're outside, and they try to come up with this coordinated plan. Things go wrong. They have to improvise. Bob distracts them.
To be exact, the plan was Ghost. You go recon us, and she's already gone. All right, the rest of us, you're gonna stay here. I'm gonna go shut the lights off, and then I'm gonna turn them back on. They're gonna use night vision. We're gonna blind them. Except the explosion that they used to get their attention cut the lines to the power. And John had a fair point. Like, he was like, an explosion brings in too many variables, and he was right.
Yeah.
All right. Never look. John will be wrong about a lot of things. All right, but he was right about that one, and you got to give him credit for it.
Yeah.
So we got to do a hallway fight, and it was great.
Yeah. And then
Bob doesn't understand the gun.
And then, he didn't. Oh yeah. Also, we skipped over that scene that is a foreshadowing after they first get out of the bunker.
Right.
And Yelena talks to Bob because Bob was feeling worthless. And he talks about how, is it him or Yelena who's... No, I'm pretty sure it's him, where he's like... Yeah,
he said... So Yelena's like describing like the feeling of emptiness, and he gives it the name, the void.
Yeah, so he feels this void. Oh, he said
Good
the thing.
job. You called it the Thing. Good job. This movie does a really good job of calling the things by what they named. Unlike Brave New World, where he shouldn't have called himself the hero, he should have called himself the leader. But whatever. It's neither here nor there. That's neither here nor there.
And
no shade.
And I like how that conversation comes back later because Yelena, she's trying to do like the, how would you describe it? She tries to do the whole reverse psychology thing where she's like, look, we're all losers, alright? We're all pathetic, alright? You can join us. But that heavily backfires later on, where she has to then...
it could actually really, like, backfires. I think it's just like a thing of, like, she, like, says the thing in the moment to, like, help him out, and it's like, come on, like, we're all here together in this. Like the whole point of that conversation was like, hey, we're here together. And I don't think that ever truly backfires. She just describes how it's like, hey, that exact advice isn't the real advice. The real advice is this. I just said that to get you out your funk. You know what I mean? I don't think it ever really backfires. Also, the real thing we forgot to mention is that both Yelena and US Agent get a taste of the void powers where when they grab up on Sentry or Bob rather.
We see Yelena as a child being forced to kill her best friend, and we see
doesn't kill her, she just leads to her demise.
Exactly. And then we see US Agent being a shitty father.
No, I'm gonna defend John on this one. I think what he was doing was perfectly valid. I don't know what his wife was on about. That was the incorrect scene of the show. I think what he was doing was perfectly valid.
I think
you did not tell John Walker to play with the boy or help him walk. You said watch him. All right.
Yeah.
I'm on my phone looking at some things and he's right in front of me. If he starts choking, I will notice. Like. Yeah, I think it was he was entirely valid in that moment. Whenever
I watch my baby sister, I do the same thing. Like if she's taking a nap and my grandma leaves and I have to watch her, I'm literally just on my phone or laptop while she's next to me asleep. So like it's no issue.
Like you are like I'm aware of their existence. I will know if something bad happens to them. Like I don't need to. Like
W thumbnail.
Like no, like she was, I 100% believe that John was completely valid in that moment.
I think she
was just starting it.
Other people have put it better because people have made the joke of, oh, his worst memory is being a shitty dad. I think the point of that scene and that memory is because it's not just him looking at his phone, it's him looking at an article that is talking about his failure as Captain America. So really, his worst memory isn't that he's neglecting his son, it's that he's prioritizing himself over his family, that he's so caught up in, what happened that he's not...
I mean, that, and like, if we showed his actual worst memory, that would just be like we'd just be like taking a thing from a show and then like just re-showing you the same things.
Oh, yeah. Which, by the way...
Because we all know what he was really thinking about when he was staring at that article.
Yeah. Which, by the way, after I first watched it, this was my only criticism / nitpick, is it's all the way back when they're in the bunker, and I think it's Ghost who's like, oh yeah, you were Captain America.
You used his shield to behead it. No, Elena's like, you were Captain America for like 2 seconds, and then Ghost is like, yeah, and didn't you like behead an innocent man in broad daylight?
I am tired of this. That man wasn't innocent. I actually went back and rewatched the entire scene. The man...
He is exactly the one who kills Battlestar. The reason why they say innocent man is because no one knows about that. That happened inside that building. To the general public, Captain America ran out, saw some random guy, and stomped his head off. All right? It doesn't matter the actual context. What people saw was insane.
Yeah, plus...
That's why John argues back with define innocent. Because he's right, the guy wasn't innocent, but to the
he was a terrorist.
It doesn't look that way.
Yeah,
what are you doing?
Yeah, and on top of that, like, once again, if you rewatch the scene, the guy, after he gets knocked over by John, he literally puts his hands up and is pleading for his life.
Like, he is surrendering. Like, you can't argue, well, he killed my best friend. Like,
yeah, like, because people make the argument of, oh, Marvel heroes kill all the time. Captain America definitely killed a few guys. Yeah, in combat, during war, to save people. I've never seen Steve Rogers or Sam Wilson knock a guy to the ground, and he's like, no, please don't kill me, and then actively beat them to death. I've never seen that happen in no Marvel project.
No, it does not. It's just, that's not how the Avengers operate, alright?
Where were we? Oh yeah, so they get out of
we were at the escape scene where we can basically jump to them in the truck, and they're really good.
Yeah.
Identify yourself. No.
Yeah, that was good. I honestly forgot about that joke.
That's such a bad response.
To be fair, what else could you have said? What else could you have said?
Absolutely nothing.
You were screwed. I would have just started driving away.
Shout out to Bob and his self-sacrifice mover. Like Ghost said, come on, it's why he did it. And they drove off, and then bro got up, and they were about to fire again.
By the way, that shot where you see all the lights and everything, and then he comes in the frame, cinema,
beautiful.
Such a good shot.
I love how they were about to light him up again.
Yeah,
because they are. And the thing that makes it funny to me is that they hear their orders of stop firing and stop firing. They don't get orders to start shooting again. They just saw them get up and got scared.
Yeah, I mean, I would too if I just whittled a guy with hundreds of rounds of ammunition. He just stands back up. Yeah, no, I would probably open fire too.
Yeah, I mean that's. And bro flies up, crashes back down. Get a small little convo. That's where we get the ghost asking about who Taskmaster was, and she was like, she was a bad person. She died a bad way. That's how all of us are gonna go out. And that fucking sucks.
Yeah.
U.S. agent what was the thing he handed Yelena? Because in my head I'm like, is that an MRE? Like, what did he hand her? I couldn't quite tell.
I mean, didn't he hand them a snack or something?
He hands her something, and I can't tell what it is. It's food, but I can't tell what it is because I can see in his hand he has an apple and he's using a knife to cut it. But it's pretty obvious whatever she's holding is not an apple. I was like, does he have an MRE? What's he handing? But yeah, no, they get a snack. Red Guardian comes in late. By driving around. Speaking of which, to the people who are like, what? Why was she in some random limousine? It was pretty obvious that it's not a random limousine. She hired a bunch of limousine services for the event. The limousine she happened to get in was one of the limousine services they hired, which was Red Guardian. Guys, shut up.
Also, Red Guardian, I'm pretty sure, during his first scene with Yelena, he says that his limo service is specifically to drive around powerful people like politicians and businessmen and stuff. So
it's it's stop the cap, guys. It makes sense why it happened to be his, right? He gets in late because he had to go back home to pick up the drink from the big gulp cup, which that's not how big gulp cups work. It would be everywhere.
Yeah, that's true.
But there's no way that cap contained it.
Oh yeah,
and then we get the great convoy scene. Oh,
but before that, when Red Guardian pulls up and Yelena gets embarrassed because he comes out shouting, "Yelena, it's your dad!" I love that.
Don't go in there.
She's
going to kill you.
Well,
also U.S. agent screwing over Yelena by going, "Go Thunderbolts."
Oh yeah.
After you no.
Which, by the way, I don't know if you remember, but
I'm fine with that. By the way, I'm fine with the reason being different. It's not that he is. I'm fine. It's fine.
Yeah,
especially since they don't actually decide to go with the name Thunderbolts. It leaves it open for the real Thunderbolts to actually happen.
Yeah, because I remember in our very first podcast episode last year, when we talked about rumors and leaks of Thunderbolts, and we got to that rumor that the team was going to be named after Yelena's soccer team, we were like, oh, well, that's dumb. But then to see it in context, it's like, okay.
It's only dumb in the context that they kept the names.
Yeah, but in
it's
the context of it's just Red Guardian just giving them a name that is a placeholder, it makes way more sense.
Yeah, way more sense. Especially, did we call that they were gonna become the Avengers? Was that something we called? Can we say that? Can we say we predicted it?
I'll have to go back and rewatch it. But if we did, I'll make sure everyone watching this knows that we called it, and Kevin Feige owe us royalties. So,
like, I'll definitely say that we did not call that it was going to be the new Avengers, but I think I want to say that maybe in private, maybe in public, we were like,
it might have
been. This is going to be an Avengers thing.
It might have been. No, I think we said it was going to be the Dark Avengers.
Yeah, like I was very heavy on. So like the asterisk is going to be that they're going to call it the Dark Avengers, and like we were wrong about it being dark, but it was Avengers. So like, well, we'll take those W's.
Yeah, we'll take it. It's like a lowercase W.
Right. But yeah, you get the great scene of that. Then the convoy comes in. Bro's taxi limo.
Yeah, don't worry, she's bulletproof.
Brazil can't get up to any sort of speed.
No.
Darn it. What are you, bulletproof-ish?
It's bulletproof.
Also the flick of the thing. It's like activate defense mode. None of us working. Just jump on.
Oh yeah, that
was funny.
Yeah,
that was funny. Shout out to Ghost being completely useless this entire time because her phasing abilities fail if she hears sonic noises.
Yeah, and John Walker starting to become common. John Walker W. When he pulls Ghost back into the limo and saves him.
Yeah, because she was about to get riddled with bullets. That was about to be her death.
Taskmaster gonna get retribution.
Also, like, hand me the liquor and the throwing it, and it's like, yes, it's on fire, and it's out.
Oh yeah, that was good.
So Bucky's the goat.
He pulls up
because they would have been cooked otherwise.
Bucky shows up.
The Terminator reference was awesome.
Oh yeah,
he's tired. He's on the motorcycle's great.
Oh yeah,
it was immaculate. Practical too. It's immaculate.
Yeah, Sebastian Stan actually did that. He's been lifting a lot recently. He actually did that.
Yeah, they actually ripped his arm off and replaced it.
They rip a robotic arm.
Yeah, like I can't believe like he went that far for this role, but like.
Yeah, he pulled a Jared Leto. He really had to method act.
Yeah. Then he finally gets up to speed with all the Bob stuff. But right in between that is the gaslighting a mentally ill man.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that scene. Honestly, and other people have made this comparison, the stuff between Sentry and Valentina is very Homelander and whatever that woman's name was coded.
Yeah. But we'll get there because I'm gonna bring it up in the other scene. We'll get there. But bro, like just abusing the mentally ill, bro. Like also I love how she was like, oh, he has a god complex, let's feed that god complex, and then didn't expect that to go badly.
To be fair, she did put an Invincible style implant, but it didn't do shit.
Well, first, like the implant doesn't matter. Like from jump, like feeding someone's god complex is obviously not going to work. You can't like say someone's like, "Oh, you're the greatest ever," except me. I'm like slightly better than you, but like besides that, like that's not how this.
Yeah, that's not how that works.
It's not how that works. That was just a bad idea from jump.
I also love
you give the super soldier serum to Steve Rogers, and you get Captain America. You give this to that guy, and you get a mentally ill man. I don't.
I really love the line later on where it's after the Thunderbolts leave and Sentry's talking to Valentina, and he's like, "Why would a god take orders from anyone?" And she's like, "Well, I think God is a bit hyperbolic." And he's like, No.
You said... I think you're throwing around the word God a bit loosely there.
And he's like...
No, because you said I was stronger than an entire team of Avengers. That includes at least one God, so...
Yeah, he cooked her with that. He cooked her with that. Although,
Yeah, I cooked her.
although
Technically,
technically, Thor isn't a god. He's an alien species.
as technically speaking, the Norse gods aren't actually gods, and that is why Daredevil still being a Christian makes complete and utter sense. That's not God. That's just a fancy alien in a suit.
Yeah, same thing with Tony Stark being an atheist when one of his best friends is a god. They're not actual gods.
Just a really cool title.
Yeah, is it the first Thor movie? I think where Loki says that to Odin.
I come from a place where it's one and the same.
Oh no, I was talking about the scene where Loki's like, "Oh, we're gods," and Odin's like, "We are not gods. We're born, we live, and we die." And Loki's like, "It would take a few thousand years."
Yeah, I believe that is Thor 1. Yeah, so but yeah, bring it back to it.
Yeah.
The fight at the bottom of the watchtower, which like immaculate comic to screen, like rewriting, where like in the comics the watchtower is actually on top of Avengers Tower, but like everyone forgot about Sentry, so they forgot the watchtower existed, instead making it that Avengers Tower becomes the watchtower. That was clever. I really like that. Good job.
Yeah.
That's good writing. But yeah, the fight at the bottom of it was great. Valentina just basically being like, "Guys, I expected to get in here. Stop breaking shit."
Oh yeah.
It's great. I always love when like the villain is like, "Don't break my stuff. Just come in. I don't."
Yeah. You know we have a door, right?
Yeah, no. And then Lewis Pullman puts in his best performance as the understudy for Anthony Mackie if anything goes wrong with him. Like, oh my goodness. Like that, like Homelander came to the MCU for a second there. Except he wasn't mean about it.
Also, you said Anthony Mackie instead of Anthony Starr.
That's indeed what I did there, yes.
Yo, Homelander prequel? Lewis Pullman as Homelander? Yo!
Lewis Pullman as Homelander. I mean, he can pull off the blonde.
No, he can't. He literally said that he didn't like it anymore.
No. Bob said he didn't like it. I said Lewis Pullman can pull off the blonde.
True. I think. Oh yeah. So okay. So the Thunderbolt.
One thing before we skip the fight scene, since we already said it. Unless you're gonna talk about the scene at the bar a little bit more.
Oh no, I was gonna talk about when they get to the bottom and they have the short falling out.
Yeah, before we get to the bottom and we get the split off, the scene of was it I think it was Bucky shot at him with the bullets. Was it Ghost? One of them tries to shoot him with a bunch of bullets, and he sends him back, and then U.S. Agent comes in.
Oh yeah, it was Ghost. Wow. It was Ghost. Yeah.
Yeah, Ghost just tries to light him up, and U.S. Agent has to come in for the save. A really good thing his shield didn't get bent yet.
Not yet. Also, that scene where Bucky tries to punch Sentry and Sentry's completely unfazed. Apparently, Sebastian Stan did actually accidentally punch Lewis Pullman, and that's the take that they used. Lewis Pullman literally had no reaction.
Wow, that's impressive.
Yeah,
because it does look like he's actually like getting hit, but like he's like, because like a couple of those hits he looks like like some of the hits he looks like he's just standing there, and some of them he looks like he like rolls with it, like how Omni-Man taught Invincible, like roll with the hit, and like it's just like standing like that. It looked tough. Like that was he was aura farming that whole scene.
Yeah.
Like I can't wait for this movie to be on a platform so that all those people who like do like the black vernacular recaps of fight gets to talk about this scene because Sentry was doing pure aura farming that whole time.
Well, I need a hood version of Thunderbolts. That's what I need.
Hoodbolt? Thunderhood?
No, what would be a good not Thunderhood. Thunderbolts. So,
Thunderbolts asterisk is Thunderbolts Hood Edition.
yeah. Just yeah, there we go. I need that.
Yeah, they do the falling out scene. And then we get the immaculately done scene between Elena and Red Guardian. It's like, oh, my sister's dead. You haven't called me. I thought you didn't want to hear from me. Oh, family. That was great. All of it was great.
Yeah.
Immaculately acted.
Yeah. And I love the line Yelena says to Red Guardian, because Red Guardian also thinks of himself as a bad person, and Yelena's like, when you look at you, you see a bad person. When I look at you, I see my father. Like, fire.
Cooks ain't no crumbs. Like, cooks ain't no crumbs.
Yeah.
You know, and then Valentina had to deal with the fact that she enacted a god complex on a guy who has powers that are stronger than hers, which is her powers are nothing.
This button I pressed.
Shout out to Mel coming back, activating the kill switch. That didn't work at all.
At all. Most useful character in the movie after Taskmaster.
Right. Allowing the Void to take over, the shadows encompassing him, and then like the eyes.
Yeah, I love his design so much. Where he's just black and he's just got the white eyes. It's so good.
They perfectly recreated the Void, like for the live action scene, like because it feels like a perfect like taking the Void from the comics and like making it good for live action. Like they did it.
Also,
they did it.
So his power, where he turns people in the shadows and traps them in their most traumatic memories. Did you see the director's statement where he says those shadows were inspired?
They confirmed that it was inspired by
the Hiroshima
Nagasaki.
Shadows.
Yeah.
Which, like, that's crazy. Yeah. But, like, that's so
which is really
creative.
I think the coolest thing is that, like, before that interview, a lot of the people like New Rockstars was like, this feels reminiscent to the Shadows, right? And then like they get the interview and it's like, okay, so we're not crazy. That was the goal.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, I think that's really cool. That like people like the vision was able to be like, it was done so well that people caught on before you said it.
That's amazing. What else? Okay, what happens after that? So he starts
superheroes saving
people.
He did it finally, and I like how that gives Valentina the idea of how she's gonna get out of this mess. I love how you get the cut over afterwards. Like, a second, I can use this. Like, I love how like immediately you can see that she's on that timing. So, bro, Red Guardian
I swear to God,
more traumatized after that, right?
Oh my God, I knew you were gonna bring that scene up. It's alright, little one. You're safe.
And like it's like everyone's like, yeah, and then she's just
no, because the reactions. I've seen people post like audience reactions, and most of them are like the audience gasping like, oh my God. And I saw one where this guy, like the audience gasped, and you can hear this one guy in the back dying laughing. Like, that guy's going to hell.
I really hope that the entire time, because like the whole thing is like shame and shadows and stuff, I just really hope that like the entire time she's just in like a field of flowers.
Yeah.
Like, I hope she has just nothing that she feels like, because she's a kid. Like, I would hate that, she's like already got like that
the most traumatic
baggage. Like, I hope her whole thing like it's just like, oh, this is a field of flowers. I don't
like her most traumatic memory is like not getting McDonald's for dinner. Or something like that.
Like I hope she's not going through the
something
Bucky
bad
experience.
At home or something.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Shout out to Lena. I shout out to Lena figuring it out though. I was like, wait a second, this is the thing from before. Just walking in herself.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, this is the part where we need that director's cut though, because seeing the 3 different memories we get of Elena is really cool before she finds the room that Bob is hiding in. We need the director's cut. What were the rooms that everyone else was going through? I want to see it. And we have like this perfect place where it looks like you could cut back, where like while like the scene is happening, like right before, like while the scene is happening, like you can have like a cut where like they're getting choked out by the curtain. Like you can cut back to the rest of the gang hopping in to the shadow because John pieces it together too, the same thing that Lena pieces together. And like I really want to know like what does that look like for all of them?
Don't they
you know that one of them for Bucky has to be killing Howard Stark.
Yeah, killing Tony's parents.
Killing Tony's parents. It
don't,
has to be one of them.
Don't they even acknowledge that?
I think that another one should be killing the son, the guy's son from Falcon and the Winter Soldier.
Oh yeah, like
right?
what's it?
Like there's a lot of stuff you can do.
Don't they even acknowledge that? Where Bucky make a joke where he's like, "Oh yeah, I've been through this before." Like he's had to.
Yeah, I think I can't remember if it was on the lines of like, "Oh yeah, that was a cakewalk." It was like because he's already been through it before. It was like, "Oh yeah, that was a cakewalk." Where it's like, you know how terrible my life's been. That was awful. I hated it.
Yeah.
It was. I think it can be interpreted both ways. Yeah, like what's ghosts? Like what's ghosts? Like trauma rooms, right? What's walkers? Because like could you imagine a scene where like he's forced to put the sheet, like he's forced to kill the guy over and over again, and he's just scream like he's like forced to witness like Battlestar die, and like he can't do anything about it. He's just forced to like live in the moment where he couldn't stop Battlestar's death. Like I want to see the rooms.
R-rated Thunderbolts would go crazy.
You don't even need it to be R-rated to do that. Like I really do think that we need an extended director's cut where we get to see their rooms.
Yes,
I think it would be really good for their characters.
Okay, so they get in the void. Yelena finds Bob. He's curled up in his attic while his parents are fighting downstairs. Very sad.
Not just his parents. Downstairs is he's a younger version of him is also down there.
Oh
you can hear his mom say something along the lines of like I think like stop, you're just making it worse. And earlier in the movie he says that to himself, like he says like I'm just gonna make things worse or something like that. It's like, you see where the trauma is throughout all of it, like it's latent. But like he says like that's the best room because he's able to just hide in the attic here. Like, he's not just in it in the moment. The moment is kind of far.
So someone else also pointed this out, but throughout the movie, Walker like his nickname for Bob is Bobby, and in that scene when they're in the attic and after all of them show up, U.S. agent overhears Bob's mom call Bob that, and so that's why Bob didn't like it. He didn't like being called that.
Because it's bringing up the memories. Because from what it is while his dad was physically abusive, his mom accidentally became emotionally abusive. Like from what I could tell, she was like telling like he was trying to defend her, right, in that moment, just like against his father, and she's just telling him to like go sit down. You're just making it worse. You're just making him more angry, and so he just feels like he can never be good enough. It's just. It's just rough.
Yeah. If I had 2 nickels for every Marvel hero who has different identities and had an abusive childhood, I'd have 2 nickels. Which isn't a lot, but it's very sad that it happened twice.
But logical.
But logical, yes. Also, for the audience, I'm talking about Moon Knight.
But this movie, we're almost done. We get that scene, they come in, they save him, they realize they have to go to his worst part, the worst memory, to find the void to stop this. We get the chicken thing, which apparently he was on meth. Like,
he was like,
oh, it's like,
yeah, he was
on meth.
He screams. He was like, "I was on meth," which, by the way, I guess that's another small critique I have about the movie. I feel like they could have not explored, but like talked about his backstory a bit more. Because like his backstory is that he was a junkie, and he was basically he was a junkie, and he was offered into that program because they said that they could basically fix him and make him even better, and that's how he ended up getting the Sentry powers. I feel like they could have.
I think they did a pretty adequate job. I think he delves into it enough for the movie for it to make sense. Like he's a junkie. Like in I think the scene with like Yelena, he like talks about like no, I think it's the scene like after they finally like gotten through and like he's like right before they find the void directly, he's discussing like why he was in the program. He like says all that like verbatim.
Yeah.
Like I was in Southeast Asia to find I don't know, help or more drugs, either or. Like they don't shy away from the fact that he was
a junkie. He was a drug
on
addict.
drugs, which makes it really funny. The Daredevil and Wolverine joke where he's like, Kevin Feige has refused us to talk about cocaine.
Yeah, but we can talk about meth.
Like I really hope that when Ryan comes back for the Avengers movies, he gets to make a joke about that. It's like, oh, like he meets Bob and he's like, oh, hey, the guy who got to talk about meth, but I couldn't do cocaine.
Well, to be fair, talking about it is different from showing a character do it. Because in Deadpool and Wolverine, he says cocaine is strictly off limits, but he's still talking about doing cocaine. And in this, we don't actually see him, do you inject meth? We don't actually.
That's heroin.
Oh,
you smoke meth.
Yeah, we don't see him doing meth. He just talks about doing it, so it's perfectly okay. Do meth, kids. Don't. Might have to cut that out.
No! Don't go back out now. Controversy sells.
Wait, we will actually get deplatformed if I keep that in. You cannot promote drug use to children on YouTube.
You just said do meth. Like it's fine.
Yeah, as long as you're not doing like fentanyl, that's the shit that will kill you.
Well, actually, do that one too.
Oh my god. We here
How can we keep the No. How can we keep our tagline that controversy sells? We're not controversial. Do it.
Drop out of school. Do meth, heroin, and crack.
All at once.
All at once. Just like put it in a single file line and just.
Do it right in front of a hospital worker. Don't let them stop you.
Just the flex, like. Do it like.
No. Do enough to overdose in front of a hospital worker, and while they're trying to stop you, remind them that you're the one they can't say.
Hell no, that's gonna be their most traumatic memory in the void.
Make that their void memory. Become the void memory for someone else. Don't just throw yourself off a bridge. If you want to kill yourself, do it in style.
Didn't we literally say that in the last podcast? And we had to bleep all of it out? Oh my god.
That's what the Patreon's for.
Yeah, the Patreon we don't have.
Yeah. Here's the thing, right? You save up a bunch of files, call it the forbidden videos, and it's just the most controversial things that we've said that we could not put on YouTube. Put it on the Patreon. It would be great.
Yes, $500,000 tier.
Nah. -3-cent tier.
Can we pay them?
You get this one for cheap.
We pay them?
We're making this cheap. You know what? Death Battle now has a website.
Oh god.
And they're hosting all the death battles on that website. And you can see a lot of the videos that YouTube blocks on their website. We make a website, thetalk.gg, all right, and that's where we'll put the full unedited
oh my god.
the real thoughts on things.
Mm-hmm. Yep, we'll do it. Year of the 5, baby. We're gonna do it.
Because it's 2025. Year of the 5. That means we have to do it in 2055.
We won't be around by then, so we're good.
No, that's only 30 years from now. We'll still be alive.
Wait, 2050. 2055 is only 30 years away? Oh my god.
Did you think we were gonna be dead in 2055? Did you not realize how close that year is? That's 30 years away. We'll be, Grandma might probably still be alive by then. No, we're not. It's not far.
I was thinking like war and stuff like that will like wipe us out before then, but holy shit, it's only 30 years away.
No, probably not. It's only 30 years. We got another 30 years.
Okay. Oh my god. Okay.
We gotta do it in May. We gotta do it May 5th. May 5th, 2025.
By the way, speaking of
May 5th, 2055.
Speaking of all the way in the future, I don't know if you remember this, but when we were still in high school, you had me set a reminder. Yeah, I'm just gonna read it out for you. So the reminder is, we set it for 20 years in the future. It's a quote attributed to you. If that owl... I can't.
No, go ahead. Finish the quote.
If that owl wanted to rape you, you'd bend over backwards for it, literally. Rahshawn Marcel Smokes, August 19th, 2022, 12:45 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Mayo High for MST, 512 Chestnut Street. And we said it for...
Do you even remember the context for it? Because I do.
I do not. Please inform me.
You remember the Iron Swarm campaign?
Oh yeah! Oh my god!
Yeah, you had your character had the bird, and you wanted to do some ridiculous thing like with the bird or something. And as the GM, I could not allow it to slide.
Yeah.
So I was just like, so I just said that.
Yeah. Well, I can't wait till 2042. Dang, I can't math mentally right now. 2042.
Add 5 years, then add 2 years.
No, wait.
Add however many years you need more for 40.
I can't wait till we're
17.
I can't.
17 more years.
No, I was calculating what our ages would be. Can't wait till.
Oh, don't do that.
We're all 37, and then just randomly I'm minding my business, hanging out with my Android homie, and then I get that reminder pops up on my phone.
We're not getting androids when we're 37. Get off it.
Yes, we are. Detroit Become Human happens in 2038. We'll be 33 when androids happen.
2038?
Yeah.
Weren't androids around for like 5 years in that universe?
I think it was 10 years. It was like 10 years, I think.
Yeah, we are not getting androids in 2 years.
But here's the thing.
Detroit Become Human is not happening.
If you look at the Detroit Become Human timeline, it matches our actual timeline. In the Detroit...
We're not getting androids.
Yeah, hear me out. Just hear me out.
We're not getting the first generation of androids in 2 years.
Yeah, hear me out.
You can't convince me.
In the Detroit Become Human universe, CyberLife announced that it was making androids in 2022, and then released their very first earliest prototype in 2024. Guess what happened in real life? Tesla announced they were making Tesla bots in 2022, and now we have the earliest prototype of them that was revealed late last year in 2024. That's all I'm saying. Why are you rubbing your hands together? I know what kind of man you are.
It's not. There's no laws against the androids.
No, no, not yet.
There's no laws against the androids.
Oh my god. Well, technically there is. If you damage it, you have to pay for it.
What do you mean damage it to pay? I'm buying the whole thing. It's gonna be personal in my home.
Oh my god. No, because like, dang, what was I gonna say? Damn, I forgot what I was gonna say. It was something about androids and being freaky. But, anyways, back to Thunderbolts.
No. We're not gonna let this slide. What were you gonna say about androids?
It literally slipped my mind. Let me think about it. Let me see. I can't remember what I was gonna say, but I will say this. We are currently in a gooning epidemic. Imagine what will happen when we have sex bots.
Right? Detroit Become Human, you know what I mean? Hey, look, there was a very good video game that I think is completely and 100% accurate to what will happen when they arrive.
Oh god, what is it?
They'll be around for like 3 years, get banned by the American government for bullshit propaganda reasons, and then like there'll probably be like a couple thousand people who like keep on in the secret black market of them, and maybe like one guy will start Twitch stream, not
Yeah.
Twitch stream. What's the popular one? What's the popular one? Not Kick. No, it's a come on. You know what?
Oh, Jerkmate. Jerkmate.
Is that the popular one? No, Chatter.
Chatterbait.
Chatter stream. Yeah.
Yo, wait, Sean. After this podcast is done, you wanna duos on Jerkmate?
What is that? Because I see ads for it, because you'd be around.
Yeah.
You get to advertise around places. What is it? Like,
okay.
What is it? Like,
so,
what type of site is it?
Okay, so Jerkmate is it's basically like Chatterbait, where you go on and you masturbate live with other people. And there was a meme like a month or two back where people were talking about, yeah, bro, I got platinum and Jerkmate wanked. And so people started making jokes about like leveling up on Jerkmate.
Okay, so it's just a clone, all right? There's no weird like side thing it does. No,
you don't actually have ranks. By the way, how would you level up?
Devastating.
How would you win a competition in a duo? Like, first to come losers?
Arrive first, obviously. It would be arrive first to arrive.
Or like, let's do like, could you imagine like a tournament? Where it's like,
you see, I'm gonna be honest. When I heard the name, I thought it was like, what's that one? What's it called? I thought it was like that peer matching.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not gooing out like that.
What is that?
Live Jasmine?
No. It's what's that famous one? All the streamers use it. With like the guy it's like the for example, like the cross-dressers will cross-dress and be like have the fake voice on and just like
Omegle.
I thought it was like X-rated Omegle.
I mean, basically, you're masturbating with other people on live, but again, that's just Omegle regularly.
Real.
Yeah.
See the Kermit the Frog one. That guy's funny. The guy who does the Kermit the Frog.
Oh yeah.
That one's funny. I find that guy funny.
Okay, back to Thunderbolts.
Shout out to all the weirdos. Now, before we continue, shout out to all the weirdos on Kick who stream Omegle and do just weird things. Yeah,
to catch a kick predator. Shout out. That's the one. Yeah, that's our shout out.
That's our shout out. The guy who made the catch a kick predator videos.
Yeah, I think his name is
the Lord's work.
His YouTube name is something about chickens. Go check him out.
I have not been keeping up with his channel. I'm sure he's made some great content recently. Let me just, and he's a pedophile. To imagine.
You gotta know the best way to defeat an enemy is to know your enemy. Like, wasn't there, what was it? I watched a YouTube essay, like a video essay recently about this predator catcher who actually was caught being a predator. I can't remember for the life of me what it was called, but find it. Red catcher. I can't find it, but if I find it, I'll send it, because it was crazy. Like, bro was posting on, like, bro had like a whole organization and like group on Facebook about hunting down and stopping predators. Meanwhile, he was a predator to his own child.
Yeah, seems about right, actually.
And then I remember comments on the video where like bro was eliminating the competition.
Yeah, back to Thunderbolts. Back to Thunderbolts. Yeah, and so we end the movie how everyone who knows anything about the Century knew this was going to end. It's all about family and the friends you make along the way and wholesome things, and that's what pulls you away from the void, and that's how they defeat an enemy that, you know, could defeat the Avengers. It was great. It was awesome. Yeah,
usually those kind of cliche endings of, you know, group hug and that fixes everything, usually they're not done very well, but within the context of the story, it actually made sense.
My mom liked that ending, all right? And she is not, like... My mom doesn't understand who the Avengers are. Like, she does not know the OG Avengers lineup. Like, and she found the ending good. So, like, it was a good ending.
Yeah. I'm trying to think. Oh, yeah, the scene where all of them, one by one, they hug him, because he tries defeating the void by punching it and beating it up, only, you know, it starts to absorb him. So in order to beat the darkness, you can't, you know, actually fight it. You need support from others. And
then we almost killed Valentina, and then she got away with it.
I love the scene where after the void goes away and everyone comes back, and Valentina, the Thunderbolts look over, they see Valentina, she starts like scurrying away, and they're like, and they start.
I love how with context you know that she's actually playing them.
Yeah, and they're like, oh, where do you think you're going? And then, you know, they go through the curtain.
I love how isn't it Red Guardian who's like, I'm gonna kill her?
yeah, I think so, because it wouldn't make sense for Bucky to say that.
It wasn't. Bucky was the one who was like, no, we can't kill her. I think Red Guardian, because it would make sense for either Red Guardian and US Agent. I think they had Red Guardian go like, I'm gonna kill her, and Bucky's like, we can't kill her, we have to take her in.
Yeah,
and then like she debates them into a press conference.
Yeah, and
that's why I have been forming the new Avengers.
And then all of them are just looking at each other confused. Meanwhile, Bob's like,
I love how he steps off to the side and is like, he's like, this is because he's like, I'm not cool like them, but they're the Avengers. Yeah,
like,
shout out to Lelena immediately understanding the stalemate that they're in. Like,
yeah, she goes,
debated us and we can't get you now can't get us. So
yeah, and she leans in, we own you. That's hard. Also, the clip of Bob clapping, you know the meme where it's like, bro thinks he's on the team? Someone made the opposite where it was like, bro thinks he isn't on the team.
Right? Like, he's exactly opposite. Bro does not think he's on the team.
Yeah.
Shout out to Kevin Feige, understanding the general audience with the end credit scene, or not end credit scene, the credits.
Oh yeah.
There's got to be a good name for the cool looking credits.
Oh yeah.
Is there a good name? Do we have a name?
I guess like mid credits, because like,
is it?
I don't know, or like,
yeah, we should. You know what? Get on that commentary YouTube. Get a good name for the credits that look nice.
Yeah.
A lot of the newspapers and stuff. That was all really clever, really fun. I love him riding his stupid looking shield.
Oh yeah, that was awesome. Also, well, this is after. There's not really much to say about the mid-credit scene. It's just a fun joke.
Apparently, originally it was going to be the video of like Red Guardian, like with a video recording of the incident that they keep discussing throughout the movie that happened to the Thunderbolts team.
Oh.
They realized, wait, it would be too early for video, like handheld video recordings to exist.
Yeah.
So they scrapped it. So I respect them for scrapping it when it doesn't make sense for the continuity.
Yeah. But yeah, mid-credit scene was fun, you know, Red Guardian, they have their own cereal, and then
are Wheaties boxes actually like, that's real too, right? Can't I go out and buy a Wheaties box with them on it?
I don't think you can anymore, but you could before, but it was just the box, like it didn't actually come with cereal. Which is a scam.
Just the box?
Yeah, it's just the box.
What?
Yeah, it's just the box.
You're joking, right?
I'm not joking. It was like $30 for just the box.
Nah, someone had to be playing with you because Goku was on a box of cereal. And
oh yeah, I've seen that though. The Reese's Puffs. The Reese's Puffs.
Yeah, like Goku, like so if you can put people on the box of cereal, I better get Wheaties, and like I mean I'm not gonna eat them, but like I better get cereal in this cereal box with their face on it.
Yeah, and then after that you have to wait
to 18 months later.
Wait before we do.
Later.
Fun fact: the credits, if you pay close attention, they actually spoil the post-credit scene when it shows the soundtrack.
It says the Fantastic Four. It says the Fantastic Four soundtrack theme. But I was kind of glazed over. Like, look, I may or may not have seen this legitimately, but if I didn't see it legitimately, I at least I did not skip ahead. All right, I waited like everyone else had to.
Good.
All right. But yeah, we cut 18 months later.
Wasn't it 14 months?
It was 14 months later, because it's such a random amount of time. Like
it has to be like some like making sense with the timeline stuff that they made it specifically 14 months.
Yeah, and then they get the cool door opening, which apparently that's, from what I can tell, this is the same area that they were fighting in earlier, where the bar was. From like what I can tell from the dialogue, so they added the door as like you know what, maybe the elevator shouldn't just lead directly into the lobby.
Yeah. And then
before we talk about them, their outfits.
Oh yeah, love them.
Immaculate. Especially Bucky.
Yes.
That outfit is ripped straight from the Thunderbolts comic.
Really?
Like, yeah, no, like look up the Thunderbolts comic where he's on the Thunderbolts. Like that looks like the outfit that he's wearing. When I saw it, I was like, what?
Thunderbolts comic. Images. Yeah, no, that's the outfit. That's
right? Like that, like bro is just wearing the outfit.
And it looks so cool. It's so cool. And
being reminded of this comic reminds me, wish they put Shang-Chi in this.
To be fair, would he have fit in? Would he have fit in with what the story was going for?
No, not in the slightest.
Yeah. Also, everyone liked all of their new designs, but I did see one really funny tweet where it was a screenshot of Bucky's new costume, and it said, it looks like a Marvel rival skin.
Speaking of Marvel rival skin, I do hope, because we didn't see Red Guardian in a new getup, I do hope that they take directly from this comic for his outfit too.
Oh yeah.
Same thing for US Agent's new shield. I really hope that they take for this comic for that, get the nice black, red, and white on it.
Also, by the way, in the post-credit scene, over a year later, his shield is still U.S. agent. His shield is still a taco.
Hey, we don't got the Sentry. He can't. We can't.
He can't. Yeah, because they say that he can't become Sentry or use his powers without risking the Void coming back.
The Void coming back, which like exactly like the Sentry in the comics. That's cool.
Mm-hmm.
I love that Bob's still here. That's great.
Yeah, which by the way, I guess it's a bit early to talk about it, but someone said that there's definitely gonna be a scene in Avengers Doomsday where Doctor Doom or another villain hurts Yelena, and that causes the Void to come out.
Nah, I don't think it's gonna happen. I think that the Hulk is gonna go back on some Hulk nonsense. Because you can't tell me that they're not gonna give me that Sentry versus Hulk fight. I need it.
Yeah.
I need it.
Maybe in Secret Wars they'll be pitted against each other.
Nah, I wanted a Doomsday.
Which, by the way, speaking of Hulk, we'll touch on that later. There's some interesting info about Hulk that.
Yeah. Shout out to the Avengers with the Z and the.
Oh yeah.
All of those are brands that they've sponsored. That's really cool.
By the way. Yes. When we left the theater, I was telling everyone that I saw it with, if the sequel isn't called Avengers with a Z, missed opportunity.
This opportunity, especially since I'm really excited because I love Yelena going like, okay, but if we're the Avengers and he starts a team and he calls them the Avengers, but then who's the real Avengers? I love how this is opening up the idea for multiple Avengers outfits. Just like in the comics.
Yeah, and also
shout out to US Agent going, well, judging by the memes I've seen, they don't think it's us, because that's about to be real. That's about to be art.
Yeah.
That's about to be art imitating life.
Life imitating art.
The Sam Wilson lineup, there's going to be 1,000 people being like, yeah, no, them people in the tower are fake. They're fake.
By the way, Sam is apparently trying to copyright or trademark the Avengers. Yeah.
Yeah.
It would be it's not gonna happen. It would be a dumb reason to. But imagine they adapt Civil War 2, but the reason they're fighting is over copyright infringement.
It would be a better reason than actual Civil War 2.
Yeah, that's true. But
yeah, but I'm excited. I really just want to see Sam's lineup because it's gotta be Captain Marvel. It's gotta be Black Panther.
It's gotta be Shang-Chi.
I was kind of hoping it's Namor.
Yeah, well, we know he's coming back.
That's why I said it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, I really want to see him flesh out this lineup. I'm really excited about it.
Mm-hmm. But yeah,
excited about it.
Speaking of Avengers, the post-credit scene, they get a signal from what do they say? In extra dimensional, which is probably because old Stark tech. Stark probably figured out a way to test if something was not this world. I mean, he figured out time travel. He can figure out that. They figured out time travel in one night. By the way,
I didn't spot the Fantastic Four thing. So when the thing came in, I was like, the X-Jet?
No.
Think about it. Legitimately look at the design of it. Ignore the fact that you know for a fact it has to be Fantastic Four. Does it not give off X-Jet vibes?
Right here, Fantastic Four Jet Thunder. No, it does. But then you look at it in the Fantastic Four movie, and it's very clearly the same ship.
Nope, it's not. It's a different ship.
It is.
You should have. Yeah, you gotta watch the new Rahshawn video. In the scene, it is very clearly that there are 4 engine prongs on it.
Oh yeah, and then here there's only I think
in the
2.
movie there's only 3.
Oh,
right. So it's a different ship. So what New Rockstars is thinking is this is actually a fake out. It's not going to end with their Earth is destroyed and they try to find refuge somewhere else.
Mhm.
It's going to end with they manage to scare off Galactus, Galactus using the ultimate nullifier like they do in the first appearance in the comics.
Mhm.
And after that, they still decide to use this technology because it's pretty obvious that Reed's trying to build some form of the cosmic doorway or whatever they call it in the comics, which is how he talks to the Council of Reeds.
Mhm.
They're gonna still use that, and they're gonna jump to the X-Men universe, right? Which is probably why it feels a little X-jetty, right? They're gonna jump to the X-Men universe, do a fight scene with the X-Men, then they're gonna jump to the main timeline, the Sacred Timeline universe, and then and then that's how it makes sense.
There was also a rumor recently, and it's been pushed by some actual reliable sources, that in the Fantastic Four, their backstory is that they're actually from the Sacred Timeline, and the incident that happened where they got their powers also transported them to this new reality where they were the only superpowered beings, and they basically decided to stay there. And that
makes a lot of sense.
And that a main conflict between Reed and the other Fantastic Four is, now that Sue is pregnant and is going to have their child, do they return back to their home reality, or do they just stay here permanently? Like, what's the right thing to do?
That's actually a really good. That's actually a really good pitch. I do hope that is true.
And that's possibly the context behind the scene in the trailer where Reed has the giant chalkboard and he's doing math and stuff. Like, potentially he's trying to figure out maybe how to get them back to their dimension.
Yeah. Especially with the Galactus thing on the line.
Yeah. I think the most important thing, or I guess the biggest thing to talk about first, is the delay.
And the VFX artists cheered on that day.
Yes. Honestly, I had a feeling it was going to get delayed. Like, earlier I said I had a feeling GTA 6 was going to get delayed, but, like, sometimes it's just really obvious, because there was no way they were going to be able to film this gigantic of a movie within the amount of time that they had. Because,
especially with the fact that the cast list didn't even have everyone that should be here yet.
Yeah,
it was pretty obvious that scheduling was just needed to be sorted out.
Yeah, like, that's the main reason why it's actually getting delayed, is because there's deals with certain actors that haven't been reached yet. There's scheduling conflicts, obviously. Oh, where'd you go? Oh, you're still muted. You're muted. I can't hear you.
Is it back now?
Yeah, it's back. I don't know why it leaving the call fixes it.
So my headphone jack pulled out, and I tried to just jack it back in. Apparently, you need to exit first.
Okay.
So that was what was going on.
Okay, so I'll repeat what I said. So, it seems like the delay wasn't necessarily to have more post-production time, although I think that definitely helps. It was more that they haven't reached finalizing deals with certain actors to return, and also because of scheduling conflict, just because of the vast amount of actors, and you have to account for every single one of their schedules. But I honestly, and knock on wood, I don't want to jinx it, I wouldn't be surprised if they delay it again. Like, they push Doomsday back to March 2027, and then Secret Wars to May 2028, which would also land on the 20th anniversary of the MCU.
That would be cool just for that. But also, I'm just glad that Spider-Man is no longer in between the two movies.
Yeah.
If only for the new rock stars of the world can stop saying that it's going to be connected to Doomsday. It was never going to be connected to Doomsday.
Yeah, no.
It was going to be a Captain Marvel situation. It's just in between the two.
Well, more like an Ant-Man and the Wasp situation, where it takes place during the events. But now it seems like it's just going to take place before and then lead into it, which I also prefer that over the having a mid-cool. What do you think? Yeah, so
in the lineup, 2 movie slots that were supposed to be Marvel movies got switched over to just Disney movies, and 1 slot remains in between Doomsday and Secret Wars. And a couple names are getting thrown around. I think that the top in the running is Doctor Strange 3.
Yeah, I just think that makes the most sense.
Right, especially with the Clea thing at the end with the Dark Dimension, it would help it would help with the incursion stuff. I think that Doctor Strange 3 is just perfect.
Yeah.
New Rockstars keeps thinking about like, oh well, maybe they'll cut the Thunderbolts from Doomsday. And it's like, no, they're not changing the story, guys. They're just moving things around.
Yeah, I think it'll either be Doctor Strange 3, which is the most likely, or it'll be something Young Avengers related. Specifically...
Yeah, I think...
Oh, yeah. I think...
I got my bets on 3 things.
Okay. I think it'll be a Young Avengers thing, but more specifically, I think it'll be Scarlet Witch and Young Avengers related. Because they've been talking pretty much since WandaVision that they want to make a Scarlet Witch movie, because Scarlet Witch is really popular. And also, having a Scarlet Witch movie basically be the basis for the Young Avengers to come together would make sense, considering what's the plot line? There's a plot line in the comics called...
I want to say it's Children's Crusade.
Children's Crusade, yeah. So I think it'll either be Doctor Strange 3 or it'll be a Scarlet Witch movie that adapts that storyline. And it also makes sense because...
I was going to say
Scarlet Witch...
that my top 3... Oh, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I don't know why we're talking over each other. But also, if I'm not mistaken, Scarlet Witch also has connections to Doctor Doom in the comics as well.
Probably a bit of a small amount, because of Latveria's location, Romania, and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah, my top 3 are Young Avengers, especially if they're doing the Children's Crusade story. Doctor Strange, in order, Doctor Strange 3. Then Young Avengers, and then Blade. That is most likely.
That would be a weird movie to slot in between them, though.
Right, but if it's just going to be a movie and like they don't really have plans for it to make sense to be slot between or whatever, like it makes sense. That's around the time that it would make sense for this movie to come out if they have something worked on, because whatever is going to get produced is going to be, it's basically has to be close to being finished writing, like right now.
Yeah. Because if it comes out in 2027...
It's Black Panther 3 in the running.
Oh, Black Panther 3 is also very likely. Because...
Yeah.
Because in the 2015 Secret Wars comic, isn't there part of the story where, like, in Wakanda, you see, like, the final incursion happening?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, so that would make sense.
It's also very possible for Black Panther 3 to be it. I just think that Doctor Strange 3 makes the most sense. That's why I have it at number 1. Young Avengers is just good because another Avengers movie is out there, and it'd be cool to have an Avengers movie in between 2 Avengers movies. I think that would
Yeah.
chill, or you can call it the Champions, do whatever. And then Blade only because out of all of these movies that don't really like work as an in-betweener, it feels the most like it would probably be done by now.
Yeah, because contrary to popular belief, the Blade movie isn't cancelled. As much as it seems like it is, it's only on pause, along with the Nova project that they were working on.
They're working on a Nova project.
Yeah.
Hey, here's hoping.
Yeah.
That's why they're not doing anything with the Young Avengers, because Nova is a prominent character on one of the on the Champions, and they might be trying to slide him in.
Yeah. There was a rumor recently, like I think a week or two ago, that said Nova's gonna play a major part in the next saga, similar to the part Loki plays in this current saga.
Interesting.
So, okay, I forgot what we were talking about. Oh yeah, the movie. My top 3 is Doctor Strange 3, Scarlet Witch, or Black Panther 3. That's my top 3.
Alright. Pretty solid top 3. It's pretty solid top 3.
Yeah. Also, wait, let me pull up my list so we have an actual order to discuss things. Okay, yeah, so we talked about what the possible in-between movie could be. Okay. There have been a lot of... Oh, you're typing.
Oh, no, ignore that.
Okay. There have been... I don't know if you've seen any. There have been a lot of leaked set photos and videos from the set of Doomsday.
I've not seen a lick of it.
Oh, okay. This is gonna be fun. Okay, so... It's a good thing I saved them before this. Yeah, let me go ahead and... Where did I save them? Reddit? Yeah, Reddit. Find it. I know it wasn't Reddit. Oh wait, no, I think it's on my computer. Let's see, I'm looking through. Okay. So, wait, let me copy it first. So there's this channel on YouTube, and all of their videos consist of them basically recording set videos with their drone. And they've recorded several on the Doomsday set. Now...
Bro, that channel's about to get nuked.
Yeah.
That channel's about to get nuked.
Yeah, and it's not just Marvel, they've also done it for other movies like Supergirl. Like, we know there's gonna be a scene of Supergirl and Lobo on, like, a tank or something, because they were able to catch it being filmed. But, yeah, okay.
Yeah, that channel's getting nuked.
Yeah,
Let that channel get to 100k views or any other... It's gone.
Wait, let me see, how many do they have?
They're finding him.
61,000 subs. Their most popular video has 1.5 million, but it's a concert. It's not, like, a leak.
Alright, the second the leaks hit 100k, it's over.
Feige snipers.
So, do not link that channel, alright? We're not trying to get them killed.
Yeah, no. Yeah, no, we're not trying to... Shout out to... We're not doing that. Okay, so there's multiple. Some of them are... A lot of the videos are the same set, but, like, over the course of, like, days where, like, they add new stuff. But here's just one video.
Oh, alright. What we got going on here?
Constant reminders of your...
Feels like a garden of some kind. A lot of destruction. Thinking maybe X-Mansion? Maybe X-Mansion?
Disease or ulcerative colitis can make it hard.
Can't really tell what the statue is.
So, a lot of people...
Who that was on the statue, I'd get it.
Yeah, so So like the title says, this is a spaceship crash site. That's all we know. And based on the lawn and like the scenery, a lot of people are assuming it is the X Mansion. But what?
Hey, that makes that theory that the Fantastic Four go to the X-Men universe first.
Yeah.
And hey, if the ship crashes, it'll be damaged, which means it needs to get re-repaired into a new look.
Kevin Feige.
It would make sense why they would then fight the X-Men. Because, like, you just broke up our lawn. This looks like an attack.
Oh my god. And I don't know if you saw, but Alan Cumming, who plays Nightcrawler, said that he's currently training for a fight scene where he fights Mr. Fantastic.
Mr. Fantastic, yeah.
Okay, so we know the opening scene of the movie now.
Right, like that has to be it. It has to be it.
And then something
also,
else.
Loving actually having a real location that they're shooting on. Loving.
Oh yeah, I love that. Then there's another one. Where is it? I think it's recent. Oh yeah, this one is a bit kooky.
I can't wait for his final video being, yep, my drone got sniped.
You know, Marvel actually did that once.
Got a drone down?
Yeah, it was. Wait, let me find the statement. Because I have a screenshot of it. I gotta search for it.
Marvel sniper watching the video to triangulate the time and days that he films from the drone so they can have the sniper ready for the next time.
I just thought of an amazing meme idea. Do you remember that scene from Far From Home where Nick Fury's standing in front of the window and Maria Hill has like her rocket launcher ready, and then the drone reveals itself? Kevin Feige waiting for the set leaker. Yep, I'm making that. I gotta make that.
Yeah, that's really good. So have Nick Fury be Kevin Feige, be Kevin Feige sniper.
Yes.
And then like when the drone materializes, just a set leaker drone.
Also, here's the quote.
I followed one back to where the dude was, found him, and yeah, they got him. No. Why'd you word it like that, Samuel L. Jackson? It sounds like he's dead.
R.I.P. R.I.P. They got him.
They're not getting this dude. I think this dude knows he doesn't fly that drone back home. He just flies it like a little to the left.
No, what if he has like a hideout nearby?
Yeah, no, he hides out at where he lets the drone land, like just like an outhouse somewhere. He like lands the drone, waits like for like several hours before he picks it up to see if they followed it.
Yeah. Okay, here's the other video.
Amy's not at work. She's on Get Your Guide.
Yep, that indeed looks like what a Sentinel drone would look like. That is the right color for it.
Yeah, I'm skipping through.
They are really fleshing this out.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm skipping through.
Oh, there's a sniper.
Oh, shoot. Caught on camera. If you go to 137 and you look in the top left, you can see the sniper in its post. No. Alright, now we have one final video, and this video went semi-viral on Reddit and Twitter, and you can see why. I think it was actually the first set video that leaked. Then.
Let's see.
Constant reminders of your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis can make it hard to be there when it...
Yeah, I can see why that would go a little more viral than these ones.
Yeah, so so many people are trying to theorize and speculate who this could be and what could be happening in this scene. Theories range from because like you don't get a good look at him.
No, you do not.
Some people think it's Robert Downey Jr. and that this is his backstory. Some people think that this is the actual Doom, if you believe in the mind swap theory, that this is the actual Victor Von Doom. Other people think that this might be Loki, because if you look at his side profile, it kind of looks like Tom Hiddleston. So...
It turns out this was from something completely different, and it's fake.
But this channel posts actual set videos. What could it...
It was just a set for something else. It was actually the Mission Impossible film.
Yeah, that's actually Tom Cruise's stunt double.
Yeah, it was like that's actually the case.
What I think it is I'm not gonna say whether it's the actual Victor Von Doom or if it's Robert Downey Jr.'s Victor Von Doom, but I do think this is connected to Doom in some way. I don't know why, I just have a feeling that this is connected in some way. So, I think that, because they filmed this, and then they're gonna go ahead and start filming the stuff with the X-Men and the Sentinels. So, and obviously movies don't always film in order, especially with a movie this big.
In order.
But I could see, I'm not sure which order they would be in, but I could see the opening scenes being a fight between the Fantastic Four and X-Men, and another opening being we get a glimpse of Doctor Doom's backstory. I could see either of those being the case. I'm trying to think, are there any more? Yeah, let me... Yeah, no, that's all we've got so far. We haven't gotten any set videos of like actors like actually on set. And so right now people think that
the second that he films that drone is dead.
That drone is gone. I don't even know if we can show these in the video or not. Maybe we can show like distorted screenshots of what we're looking at.
You know what? We'll show stills, and then if the snipers get us, we can actually talk about it in the next podcast.
So you guys are probably wondering where we were. Well, we're now millions of dollars in debt to Marvel Studios. So if you're wondering where the last podcast episode went,
they are letting us. We asked if we could say this. They are letting us pay off some of that debt by writing the Blade movie.
Yeah, let's go. Let's fucking go. So in case you're wondering what happened,
we cannot say anything else, or it is all. So that's it. That's all you know. We're writing it.
No, imagine it's like, in case you guys are wondering what happened to the last podcast and why you can no longer watch it, it's in the Disney vault. But yeah. So right now it seems like, because we do have insiders saying that they are filming like actual scenes between the actors. So it seems like most of the scenes they're filming right now are indoors. They haven't started filming anything outside yet, except for the one of the mysterious actor. Which, I think after that leaked, they're probably like, yeah, no, let's try to be a bit more discreet about this.
Inside, you know what I mean?
Yeah. And then, what else? Yeah, that's all we have for Avengers Doomsday. It's not much, but I guarantee you, over the next few months, we're gonna get, what's the one I'm looking for? We're gonna get fed small bits and pieces as more cast members get announced, as more sets are built. So, it's exciting. It looks very promising so far.
Indeed. Anything else on the ticket?
Yeah, last thing. Something else that is looking very promising. Spider-Man Brand New Day, which we briefly talked about.
I was hoping that you were. I was hoping that this was going to be our last topic.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm excited. All right, it was from a reliable guy that we got this information, right?
Yeah, like an actual insider, because there's the hierarchy is you have scoopers, who are basically people who are like, oh, I heard a rumor about this. then leakers, people who leak like set videos or like who know people who work on the projects. And then you have insiders who are actual people in the industry. And it was people from the industry that didn't confirm, but basically confirmed that we're gonna see
heavily implied.
Heavily implied. We don't want to get them in trouble. We got that the villains, at least a few of the villains we're gonna get, are Scorpion, which we have been dying to see.
Waiting for, alright?
Yeah.
If they recast Scorpion, we burn this all down.
Yeah, no, if Michael Mando doesn't come back, don't even bring Scorpion back, I'm gonna be honest.
Real.
Also, 10 years to bring him back is crazy, but hey, they waited 17 to bring the leader back, so not that crazy. Tombstone, which makes sense if it's gonna be a street level Spider-Man story, you gotta have Tombstone.
Especially because we're shaping up for this to be a sort of gang war, especially since this will be after Daredevil season 2. We could leave New York in a place where there is a power vacuum that feels left, like a certain Insomniac game. That's what I'm saying. I'm just saying that ending felt
I'm telling you,
Spider-Man.
Honestly, if they just whipped off the story from the first Insomniac game, I'd be perfectly fine with that. Like, I'm not even joking.
They can't, though, because like the perfect Kingpin actor can't be in these movies. So,
well, to be fair, he was only in like the opening scene in the game.
Also, from how this is shaping up, I think that 40 to 50-year-old Asian man, I don't think it's Mr. Negative. I think it's Martin Lee, but I don't think it's Mr. Negative.
You think they're gonna introduce Martin Lee and then bring Mr. Mr. Negative in later? I almost said Mr. Electric.
No, this isn't George Lopez. What do we? But yeah, no, I think
he's in
comes later, especially since for the MCU, Mr. Negative is very connected to Cloak and Dagger. It'd be interesting to wait and like we meet a Martin Lee that isn't all.
Yeah, there's also
sides of the same corn yet.
There's also rumors that Stephen Young might play Mr. Negative because he was originally supposed to play Sentry but couldn't due to scheduling conflicts. So maybe he plays Mr. Negative instead. I'd be down for that.
Would be pretty good for his, age. I mean, like, he would do good. He would do good.
Yeah,
I would like that, especially since the first major villain he fights, he gets to become that villain. That's cool.
Wait.
No, that's Yuri Lowenthal. But yeah. To quickly. Is how we know that this leak is actually true, because who knows who Boomerang is the third leaked name.
Wait, say that again.
Boomerang is the third leaked name.
Oh yeah, Boomerang
alongside Scorpion and Tombstone.
Yeah, that's how you know the leak is legit.
We know this is real, right? Because like Boomerang, like nah, bro.
I'm not. Bro,
just like how the soccer team thing ended up being real, like when it's just so like when it's such a deep cut.
Yeah, honestly, what would get me the most hyped about this movie is if they slowly reveal more villains that are gonna make like small appearances. I swear, if in the movie we see the Wall, absolute cinema. Absolute cinema.
I think that we are very set up for a gang war sort of thing. I mean, Tombstone's right there, and with the gang war happening, that sets us up perfectly for J. Jonah Jameson trying to do the Scorpion project and that failing, right? And then with the gang war happening, that perfectly sets us up for the arc where Peter Parker's third roommate is Boomerang. And like he actually in Boomerang's actually working for one of the gang leaders, and so Peter Parker lets him do Boomerang things, lets him be a bad guy, so that he can track down the information on one of the major faction leaders. It would make a lot of sense.
So do you think there'll be a central or main antagonist, or will it just be Peter trying to balance his regular life with all these different gang factions and everything going on?
If there was a central one, Mr. Negative's gang probably, and we just fully do the Insomniac thing. If there's not, I think we do a bunch of small ones. I think we have Tombstone lined up, we have this guy lined up, we got that lined up, and I think at the end of the day, I think Scorpion ends up being the big one. I just find it funny how we basically just did this in freshman year or Friendly Neighborhood.
Oh yeah,
like we just did this. We're getting it again. I find out really funny.
Copies peak, I guess.
Right.
And
so yeah, with Scorpion, I think Scorpion's gang leader, Tombstone's a gang leader. You got Mr. Negative looking to be a gang leader. I think I think all we need is Hammerhead, right? And we got a pretty good lineup for like a gang war.
Also, I'm wondering how they'll adapt Tombstone. Will they make him like actually like made of stone, or will they go like the Insomniac route since they're already stealing from him, and have him be like albino or
Well, that's not the Insomniac route. That is traditionally Tombstone's thing.
Oh, really?
Yes, Tombstone's got his name Tombstone because he was albino, right? So he looks like a grave, like a tombstone. Okay. And then I think a bit later on, he actually got the whole "my skin is impenetrable" thing.
Okay.
It's not stone, no, at least not normally. It is just that he is
has impenetrable skin.
It's a Luke Cage. It's a Luke Cage sort of.
Yeah.
Where his skin is just really strong and impenetrable. Speaking
of Luke Cage, I really wish. Because it sounds like the movie is going to be a loose adaptation of Devil's Reign, at least when it comes to the whole street-level gang war stuff. But I really want it to be an actual adaptation with Daredevil and the Defenders also being there and helping Spidey. But
yeah, we know, but Sony and Marvel's relationship just isn't good enough for that.
Yeah, like... God, I wish it was.
Like, it's pretty obvious that we're already doing a bit of the Devil's Reign story in Daredevil.
Yeah, so it's like
part of it here, part of it there.
Yeah, so it's like split up pretty much. Which, once again, that still sucks because there's so much story potential you could have by having them.
Honestly, if they accurately adapt the Boomerang Peter Parker roommate situation, I think it'll be fine. I think we'll have enough story that we don't need to add the Defenders and all that for it to feel, substantial.
Yeah.
Like with, especially if we properly make Scorpion a J. Jonah Jameson project, I think we juggle enough storylines, right? Because then you have the Turf War, you have the J. Jonah Jameson stuff at the Daily Bugle, and you have the roommate stuff going on with Peter, and then the school stuff. That's 4 things that you can perfectly juggle. You don't need to throw in the Defenders.
Yeah, but I just don't see... Maybe they still could, because Daredevil was in No Way Home. So maybe they could do it, they just couldn't use Kingpin, which... Could they do that? If they, hypothetically, could they have Daredevil and some of the Defenders there, and not have Kingpin be there? I guess he could be like an overarching...
Yes, you can very easily do that, especially depending on how you end Season 2. You can. It is entirely possible. But will they? I doubt it.
Yeah.
I think at most you might get a Daredevil, and that would be a very quick Spider-Man freshman. I keep calling it that. It's Friendly Neighborhood. It's Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man.
You keep calling it its own name.
I keep calling it its own name, yeah.
Like,
but you get it like that. And probably not much more.
You know what? I'll take any.
He's not going to be a major character.
I'll take anything at this point. Like I would love to see Spidey, Daredevil, and Punisher interact. That's what I want to see.
You see now, if we're gonna cause some interactions, I'd rather have swap out Punisher for Deadpool and have the boys in red.
That would be cool. I would like that. And Ryan Reynolds did say he wants Deadpool to be a supporting character from now on.
Especially after that.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
Be fun.
I forgot about knock it off. Yeah, but also I say Punisher because him and Spidey have interactions or connected in the comics. Like if I remember correctly, one of Punisher's earliest appearances is fighting Spider-Man.
I say Deadpool specifically because Deadpool, Daredevil, and Spider-Man, you actually have this like
kind of dynamic.
Like they have a dynamic in the comics.
Yeah.
And especially helped with how the fact that they all wear red kind of makes it look cute.
Or screw it, have all four of them: Spidey, Daredevil, Deadpool, and Punisher. Why not?
You know what? I'll send you a video on why not.
Oh no. Oh god. Anytime you're like, I'll send you this, it gets me kind of worried because I'm like, what info am I gonna learn?
It is a skit that's basically that exact idea of Frank trying to team along with them. I'll show it.
Okay.
Yeah, I really am excited about the boomerang thing though. After finding out a lot about Frederick Myers. All right. Fun fact: old code name is Outback because just like Captain Boomerang, this man is Australian.
Oh my god. Marvel and DC really do steal from each other.
Right? Like, come on. Like, bro, try to copy off the homework a little less.
Yeah. At this point, use ChatGPT, something.
But yeah, bro was born in Australia and moved to America when he was a small child. So he shouldn't have an accent, but he's Australian.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm curious to see, because since we know we can't get Kingpin in the movies, at least with the current deal, but the ideal scenario would be for the 2 seasons of Daredevil Born Again to lead into Brand New Day, and then Brand New Day be the big finale of this arc. That would be the ideal situation, but Sony wants to be...
I think that's a pipe dream.
It is definitely a pipe dream. If that happens, I will sell my... Never mind.
So what?
I was gonna say I'll sell my baby sister on the black market, but it's not gonna happen. So it's not ridiculous to say that.
Right? Yeah, it's not gonna happen. So you know, say it.
If both seasons of Daredevil Born Again are actually leading into Brand New Day, where that's the big finale for this story arc, I will sell my baby sister on the black market. And you can quote
that
me.
Means that the defenders and especially that means that the defenders have to show up and be prominent characters in this. All right, it can't just lead up and be like, oh, some like the Kingpin falling is why the gang war is happening. No. It has to be the big finale.
And you can quote me. You can quote me. I'm trying to think. Do I have any? Oh no. I'm trying to think.
Wearing red.
Oh god. I'm trying to think what else. I swear I had something else to say about the movie. Let me check mine. Oh yeah. One last thing about this movie. This is a recent rumor, and so far there's only one source that's reporting it, but they're claiming it's an exclusive scoop, so take it with a grain of salt. There's a rumor, and I teased this earlier, there's a rumor that Hulk is going to appear in, quote, a substantial role in the movie.
That's garbage. It's fucking garbage.
But hear me out.
That. No, because we had a movie where he could have been in a substantial role. It was called Brave New World. I don't want him thrown into. No, what?
Why?
Unless it's Amadeus Cho. All right, we try to set up the champions. All right, we swap out Miles for Peter again in the MCU for some reason.
Actually,
nah, bro.
Actually,
I don't want to hear nothing about Bruce Banner. Maybe She-Hulk. I'll accept the She-Hulk. Not Bruce Banner.
He'll read it. Okay,
Absolutely
other
not.
sources are starting to report on it too. No, it says Mark Ruffalo is set to return as Bruce Banner in Spider-Man Brand New Day.
Yeah, it better be Bruce Banner. Better be just that.
So,
I don't want to see the Hulk in this movie.
now hear me out. Maybe this will change your mind. Someone said that Professor Hulk could actually be one of Peter's college professors. And, you know that comic panel where Hulk says to Peter, you know, everyone forgot about you, but I still remember you.
Okay, that's actually kind of cool.
See? Don't never judge a rumor by its cover.
Here's the thing though. You said substantial. That is, like, having a quick thing where, you know, like having a quick thing where, like, I don't know, Professor Hulk like blinks out and Bruce like completely goes away for a second, and Hulk is like, I still remember you, Peter, because Hulk didn't get affected by the wave. Like, you don't have to be substantial to do that. Substantial implies, like, I'm expecting like a co-lead sort of role. I'm expecting, like, when you say the word substantial, I'm expecting like
Doodle Magnus.
I'm expecting Falcon in the Winter Soldier.
Like,
that's substantial to me. Falcon in the second Captain America movie. That's substantial.
yeah, let me see what other people are saying. Because my thought process was, like I said, he would be Peter's college professor, and he would be like a mentor to Peter. So throughout the movie, Peter,
you see, like, I don't want that.
You don't want that?
No mentorship. I want very small, very light. All right.
Okay.
You had your chance to make Hulk substantial. It was called Brave New World, and you fucked it up.
But hear me out. If he is actually having a substantial role in this movie, we could actually learn where he was during Brave New World.
That's not going to make it better that you didn't put him in Brave New World.
I mean, it doesn't, but it's something.
Like I said, look, I'm cool with him popping in, doing a cute little scene, like, because like that scene only works if like he's not Professor Hulk though. Like that scene works because it was Hulk saying he remembers, not Banner.
Okay, so I'm checking the Marvel.
So you know what I mean?
Yeah, I get what you mean. I'm checking the Marvel subreddit with all the leaks, and trying to find the one about. I can't find it. But there was a new recent post, which is a collection of like the past few days worth of rumors. So, yeah. Okay, so for Spider-Man Brand New Day, it says Tarantula is another villain in Spider-Man Brand New Day. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know who Tarantula is. Let me look them up.
Wait, hold on. Is that part of, where is it? Might be.
I like his design though.
Tarantula?
Yeah. Looking at it. Interesting. Are you looking? Are you still looking it up?
Yeah, but you can continue.
Okay.
I'm just trying to check something.
Okay. But yeah, Tarantula is gonna be another villain in Spider-Man Brand New Day. I feel like a lot of these villains are gonna be like montage villains, like they'll show a montage of him taking down a bunch of like C-list, not even C-list, like D-list villains from the comics. That's probably where we'll see a lot of these villains show up at. This next part, if the other stuff with Hulk definitely upset you, this next part probably will too. It says here that Savage Hulk is apparently positioned as the main antagonist of the film as far as the marketing will be concerned.
That makes it better in the sense that like Savage Hulk being the one to remember is what I want. Worse in the sense that well, they say in the marketing, as long as it's not actually real, like it's like a bait and switch, like it's Hulkbuster. Like the scene in like as long as it's a Age of Ultron style like quick thing where like the main villain of Age of Ultron is obviously Ultron, but like Hulk does a thing and Tony cools him down. As long as it's like Hulk does a thing, Peter Parker cools him down, that's fine. I'm cool with that.
Okay, yeah.
And in fact, that makes the other thing better because again, my main problem was swinging this in with and like having that line be said and it would be not a Hulk.
Yeah.
You know?
So I'm trying to figure out how they would bring that into the story though. I'm trying to think, because the main plot is you have this gang war going. Peter's trying to balance his personal life with his life as Spider-Man. I'm trying to think how the Hulk would fit into that.
Not the same as he would fit in if you do like how you do it in Age of Ultron, you know? You just kind of, something happens, you slot him in.
So there could be a scene where all of a sudden a Hulk is like causing mayhem and Peter has to go talk him down, and then like that sets up or ties into something down the line.
Yeah. Also, I looked into it and no. The thing I was checking for Tarantula is I was trying to see if they were in the superior foes of Spider-Man, because there is a team that Boomerang leads that consists of Shocker, Speed Demon, Overdrive, and Beetle. And the Beetle that was on that team is Tombstone's daughter. So if we got more evidence that the superior foes of Spider-Man was going to be like formed, that'd be cool.
Yeah. So let's see. Okay, that's basically all the rumors concerning Spider-Man Brand New Day. We know some of the villains. We know the general plot. We know Hulk's gonna be in it. It's gonna be interesting to see how that plays out. And then there's a few more leaks or rumors about Avengers Doomsday that we'll just run through real quick. It says that so apparently, contrary to what we thought, it says here the story will begin in Wakanda. Shuri, Namor, and M'Baku will all have new costumes. The X-Men, including Gambit and Deadpool, fight Doctor Doom-controlled Sentinels in front of the X-Mansion. The team is assisted by Shang-Chi and Invisible Woman. This is likely the big set being constructed right now. Also, Deadpool's in the movie, which was likely, and that probably means that Wolverine is too. They ain't waiting to use those two of their biggest assets. The X-Men costumes are comic.
Well, the thing that makes that weird is Shang-Chi, right? Like, what's going on with that?
Yeah, that is weird.
Like, how would he be in that universe?
Yeah,
They'd have to really flesh that out. Because like the Deadpool thing makes sense. Like you can have a real joke and thing, especially since they see just the X-Men, right? And they don't include Wolverine in that. That implies that when they say X-Men, they kind of already include Wolverine, which can also include Cyclops, or not Cyclops, Colossus and Negasonic and Yukio. Because, like, I'm gonna be honest, I don't want another outing with Deadpool and like they're just
and they're not. They
like, you know what I mean? Like I don't like that idea.
Yeah. I hope that...
So that they can be folded into the X-Men name. What is Shang-Chi doing here? Like,
Bo thinks he's on the team.
Like, Ro is not on the team. Like, how'd he get there?
Maybe it'll be like, I don't know.
Could be. Binary. Could be a binary thing.
Oh yeah, like maybe the
because we see her mom in that universe. She's binary, but it could be like their universe Shang-Chi.
Yeah, that could make sense. Yeah, it says the X-Men costumes will be comic accurate and not black leather.
Was never going to be black leather. Deadpool and Wolverine confirmed that it was never going to be black leather. We don't need to.
Could you imagine though? they still.
I kind of hope Rogue's in it.
Huh?
I know. They didn't say anything about it, but like, you know, it'd be nice.
Rogue.
Yeah, entirely because because they haven't said anything about Captain Marvel either, but like.
But like she's gonna be there.
You could do the comic thing, especially if because we're perfectly lined up to have them fight.
Where Rogue takes Captain Marvel's powers.
Gambit's right there. I mean, and Gambit's like right there.
Yeah.
Gambit's like right there.
Come on, guys, do it. Kevin Feige, please.
Do it. Like, come on, like. Get a new actress if you want. Like, like we're kind of set up perfectly for a Rogue. Like,
yeah.
Look.
And then the last bullet point says, I guess this confirms that Earth 10005 is the universe that we saw at the end of the Marvels. I'm assuming that's the X-Men movie universe. In that character,
universe 10005 is confirmed to be the universe that Deadpool is in Deadpool and Wolverine.
Okay, that makes sense.
Which means it's the universe that Logan was supposed to happen in, and I presume we've done timeline shenanigans to stop that.
Yeah. Let's see. And the characters from Deadpool and Wolverine, and that the characters from Deadpool and Wolverine from other universes get merged with their counterparts native to that universe. That's a weird way to word that. So any aesthetic changes we see are a result of that universe being rebuilt from 1% thanks to the power of Friendship Madonna and the TVA. They're talking about when the machine nearly destroyed the timeline, and then at the last second they were able to stop it. They're basically saying that... I'm trying to figure out what they mean.
What they're trying to say is that our Wolverine that we see in Deadpool and Wolverine got universally merged with
so now
Wolverine, and so now they're the same person. Like, there's not two Wolverines walking around.
How
they clarify that. But also that something happened with Gambit over here, and our Channing Tatum Gambit got fused into being in line with this timeline too.
Okay, I think
because the other ones like don't really matter.
Yeah, I actually
we're not seeing Elektra and we're not seeing
and Blade
again. Like,
honestly, I actually believe this leak because that makes too much sense for it to not be the explanation. Because I even remember B-15 and she was like, I don't know what you guys did, but you restored the timeline, even though
oh yeah, and nothing changed. So like, oh yeah, and then with the two Logans fusing together, you changed the timeline. Like, because they got fused together, it changes the timeline. Logan never happens, so your anchor being never dies.
Yeah.
And that's how it's fixed.
That makes so much sense.
That actually cooks. Yeah, the only thing I want to hear about is rogues in the movie. Because I'll be honest, it is painful how well set up we are for Rogue to do the
Rogue
Captain
stuff.
Marvel fight.
Mm-hmm.
If Gambit's right there, and I'd love to see their relationship on screen. Like,
Yeah.
We're cooking if we bring Rogue in.
Yes. Also, there was another thing that OP added.
And we're getting Nightcrawler back, and a big thing about Nightcrawler is that Rogue is his half sister with Mystique. Like,
Yes,
he has so many little character things where it's like Rogue just lines up to be in this movie.
Cook. Let's see. Okay. OP also said that it's confirmed Logan is a separate timeline branching off from this, since Laura was pruned by the TVA from a separate timeline, if we go off of what Mr. Paradox says, until they fixed it, and Laura is now native to this universe in the same way Wolverine and Gambit appear to be. In this case, the point is, don't overthink it. Yeah, that makes sense.
Look, hey, we slot in. Wolverine, Logan's not going to happen, but hey, look, we got this, we got Laura, we got everything. So yeah, with them mentioning Laura, yeah, it just seemed like we're definitely a go for everyone X-Men related, rather, from Deadpool and Wolverine. So can we fully, like, I want my boy, I want my big Colossus boy, I want to hear him talk, and Negasonic is just a fun character. And especially since I think Marvel going forward should do a first generation, new generation of X-Men characters, because there's a lot of like newer X-Men that deserve there's time in the screen. Like Magic deserves better than that movie. Like, just straight up, honestly, she does. She has a lot of connections. Colossus, Wolverine, so Magic. Sunspot deserves more than just being in X-Men 97.
And Marvel Snap, apparently. He's in Marvel Snap too, right?
Everybody's in Marvel Snap.
Yeah.
Right? The Infinite's in Marvel Snap, but nobody knows who that is.
Who the fuck is the Infinite?
Exactly. You
know
who Darkhawk is? Ever heard
what?
of Darkhawk?
What cock?
Darkhawk? Have you heard? Like, no.
Wait,
like everyone and their mother. Dark and then Hawk. Like
Darkhawk.
Darkhawk.
I actually feel like I have heard that. Wait, Dark.
Right.
No, I have not.
Exactly, like, and everybody and their mom is in Marvel Snap. That's not representation. You know what I mean? All right. This new character Tempest seems interesting. All right, and she's on one of the X-Men teams currently in the comics. All right, I think that she deserves her time in the spotlight. All right, Hope Summers and her entire squad deserve some time. I don't think we should do the Krakoa era immediately, but I think we should be rocking up to the No More Mutants, Hope Summers stuff. All right. Have it be a thing where, like, Scarlet Witch didn't cause it, but, like, because of the weird shenanigans with the incursions, no mutants are being born. And so Hope Summers is the first mutant to be born. And that's your storyline. That's how we start our X-Men off. It's
a shame we're never gonna get the more mutants. It's a shame we're never gonna get that.
It was always a pipe dream. It was always a pipe dream.
Remember
I really do think that we need to get on it with the Hope Summer storyline. That's where we go next. Especially with Cable. The audience is used to Cable. We can bring him back real quick because he's prominent in that. And we get to do X-Men versus Avengers, and everyone loved that storyline. And that could be your big saga ender, right?
I mean, there is right now the rumor is that the next saga is going to be called the Mutant Saga, and it's going to be focused primarily on X-Men and mutants. So that makes sense. There was a thing I was going to say. Oh yeah, I was gonna say the no more mutants. It reminded me. Remember the good old days of WandaVision, when people had all these crazy theories and everything about what was gonna happen.
Guys, Mephisto, it's gonna happen this time, guys. Ironheart is gonna do it. The Hood,
it's not.
who looks immaculate. The Hood is usually connected to demon stuff. Mephisto,
It's connected.
It's gonna happen. It's never gonna happen. We're never getting Mephisto.
Well, the day Mephisto actually shows up in a Marvel project, Eric Voss should just retire. Be like, my career is done. All this was building up to this moment.
It's actually gonna be the Midnight Suns movie that does it.
Please, and introduce Blade.
Which actually would make a lot of sense because there's a big Midnight Sun story. Actually, I believe the first one where they changed over from the Suns like daughter and son to
sons like
the
UN.
Star. I believe the very first storyline where they did the switchover was the one where I think Doctor Strange brings back Las Vegas, but in doing so, he also brings back the hotel that the Inferno Hotel that Mephisto put in it. So they have to fight Mephisto and get rid of it again.
Wait, hear me out. Remember how earlier we both agreed that Doctor Strange 3 is most likely the in-between movie? Doctor Strange and the Midnight Suns.
I'd love to, but we left off with Clea, and I'd rather not
try to tie that in.
Yeah, I'd rather not drop the ball.
Okay.
Tired of our post-credit scenes being balls dropped. Speaking of dropped balls, you know what? If that Young Avengers,
oh my fucking god!
Young Avengers should do something with Hercules. Like, was it New Rockstars that said this, or maybe someone in the comments of New Rockstars? Think about it. Thor drops Love off to Earth to do something with the dealing with Doomsday, right? And then Love and the team have to form the Young Avengers because Hercules comes in trying to find Thor to fight him, and then the Young Avengers have to fight Hercules. Is actually not a bad plot idea.
Guys,
I think and you can even tie it into like whole like, let's do Trojan's Crusade. While they're trying to do Trojan's Crusade and like build the team and like find Wanda, we just got Hercules like gunning for Love because he knows that Love is connected to Thor. And so he's trying to use that to get Thor to come here and fight him.
That would actually be perfect. By the way, since we're talking about tying up,
so they're never gonna do it.
Exactly. Since we're talking about tying up loose ends, probably the biggest loose end is the cliffhanger at the end of Eternals, where the big Celestial shows up, kidnaps a bunch of the Eternals, and now the other Eternals have to go rescue them or find them. I came up with a way of how they could tie that into Doomsday and Secret Wars. I think, because I'm pretty sure you know, but in the 2015 Secret Wars comics, the way Doctor Doom becomes God Emperor Doom is he steals the powers of the Beyonders. What if...
You think steal the power of the Celestials instead?
Yep, and that's how you tie in the Eternals and bring them back.
Speaking of the Eternals, if Sam Wilson's Avengers team is not operating out of the Celestial's head, like in the comics, I am going to riot.
There should be a scene in Doomsday where all of the new Avengers are like setting up in the Celestial head, and Sam makes a comment about, we would have a nice tower to set up in.
No. The new Avengers are in the tower. We're the Avengers.
Yeah.
Without a Z.
Oh, no. Okay, picture this joke. It was like, one of the characters says the same. It was like, didn't y'all used to have like a big tower or something? It had like the A on it, right? And it was like, yeah, but that's where the new Avengers are. We're the Avengers. What's the difference? You have a Z at the end?
We have a Z at the end.
Yes. Kevin Feige, please let us write the rest of the movie. I know the script's probably not done yet.
Not the rest. Can we be executive producers though?
Yeah, I'm cool with that.
Producers, we actually know what we're doing.
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm okay with that. Kevin Feige, you're getting up there in age, or while you're pushing 50, you're gonna retire within the next few years. Just let us take over.
So, if you're not gonna hand it over to Kamala Khan's actress, we can do a great job. We won't destroy it.
But
technically, this podcast hasn't gone on long enough, so we're not actually controversial yet. So get on while the
before we get too many views and we end up on a Twitter page. No, we get a Twitter thread.
We don't. Though we will not stop the podcast if we get the role. In fact, we will be talking about behind the scenes stuff.
No, we can't do that. We can't do that. We can't do that. We can't do that.
What do you mean we can't do that? Why not?
We can't. Hey guys, so Avengers 7 we're currently working on. King, we're actually bringing him back, and he kills everyone.
Like, why not? Like, think about it. Like, actually, why can you not do that as a movie studio?
You could, but like, why would you?
Why wouldn't you? Like, don't just read out the script bar for bar, but like, hey, here's some information. Like, why couldn't you?
So basically,
we should start our own movie studio and just do that. Like,
yeah, SMB Studios.
There's no reason why you shouldn't be able to do that.
So you basically want us to do what James Gunn does, but in podcast form. You know how he actually like responds.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That would actually be really fun. Like, we're in charge of Marvel, and like we do a weekly or bi-weekly Q&A. Like, someone's like, "Hey, are you thinking about making a project about this character?"
Absolutely not. No one wants a project about the Infinite. Stop trying to get that project made.
Who the fuck is asking for that?
Exactly.
Or it's like
exactly why that project won't be done.
Or it's like, have you thought about bringing back Ezra Miller as Flash? No comment.
One, we're Marvel. Two, absolutely not. What?
Reverse
Ezra Miller
Flash.
is touching.
We're bringing him back as Reverse Flash. They're gonna be method acting the whole movie. Yeah, they're gonna be method acting on set the whole time. We're gonna have security on standby in case they assault the filmmakers. If it looks good though, we'll keep it in.
Yeah, no, we can't. That nigga's not coming back.
Yeah.
We can't.
Did you see recently that after the Flash came out, they kind of disappeared for like a year, because like no one wanted to work with them. They recently attended a red carpet premiere for like one of their friends' like movies, and they said that they're working on their mental health and they're trying to get better. So that's
good. Now stay gone. Like now do what no YouTuber who said that has been able to do and stay gone.
But here's the thing.
What is the word for anti shout out? You know how famous and then there's infamous, which is like you're famous but for bad things. What is the anti shout out? Like, I don't want to shout this guy out. I want to demonize.
Yeah, denounce.
I wish to denounce Mini Lad. All right.
Yeah, we denounce Mini Lad
because he is the textbook definition of the thing I am talking about here, where like where YouTube will just go, oh, my mental health, guys, I'm taking a sabbatical, then leave for like 3 months and then come back. Like, no, you did not. You did not fix your problems.
To be fair,
shut up.
To be fair, Ezra Miller was gone a whole year, like completely off the grid, and their worst act that they actually got charged and convicted with was assaulting, I think it was a random woman in Walmart, like physically assaulting. The other stuff, like stalking and harassing a mom and little girl and kidnapping and all that, none of that was ever proven.
I teleported to
What did you say?
Do you remember that? The post-it note that they took the picture of was like, I ran to another dimension.
No, what are you talking about?
What do you mean, what am I talking about?
You said something about a post-it note.
Told me about it. You remember the post-it note where they were like, I ran to another dimension or something like that? You're like, you won't find me.
Yeah, I remember that, yeah. Okay, yeah, I do remember that. Look. All I'm saying is that until they are officially charged with anything, the only thing that they've done is assault a random woman. Which is bad, but at least he's not, at least they're not a pedophile.
Didn't they also still do all the things in Hawaii that they were accused of? With like throwing the chair at people? Hold on.
Yeah, like
they did more than just
they assaulted a random woman in Walmart. They also, like, I think they got into, like, a bar fight and, like, destroyed a bunch of property and, like, beat up people. Like, I'm not saying they're innocent. I'm not saying, like, they should be 100% forgiven. All I'm saying is there's a difference between being a public nuisance and what some were accusing them of, which was being a pedophile.
Unlike Mini Lad, who was actually a pedophile, and we don't condone that.
He showed Mini Lad's his Mini Lad. Which, by the way, did you know he actually...
Wasn't it a lass? Wait, I thought it was a lass. I thought it was a Mini Lass.
No, it's Mini Lad. Yeah, Mini Lad.
He has the nerve to be gay and a pedophile. This is gonna set back the movement.
Yeah, it's back 50 years. Back to, what was that? What was it called in the 70s? You know what I'm talking about.
The gay panic? What?
No, like the Stonewall. Wait, what was it called?
Stonewall riots? The Don't Say Gay bill? Like we got a lot of things that happened in the before times when it comes to this.
Yeah, the Stonewall riots. That's what I was thinking of. But dang it, there was no. Oh yeah, did you know Mini Lad actually foreshadowed him being a predator?
I know that the Vanos crew still makes jokes about him, which is hilarious.
Yeah, basically there was a clip from an old Gmon video from like 10 years ago, and if you didn't know, Mini Lad, all of them have like their specific models, and he was Mario. And there's a clip where they're all hiding out in like a dark attic and they're telling spooky stories. And Mini Lad, he puts on an accent and he's like, once there was a man named Pablo. And Pablo liked to touch little boys and girls. And
I remember seeing this.
You said you remember it?
I remember seeing this, not at the time, but like it's people like going back and looking through stuff. I remember seeing this.
Bo is foreshadowing.
But yeah, no, is he still posting content?
If he is, I'll eat my left shoe.
Are you sure you want to take that bet?
If he is and he's still getting decent views, I'll eat my left shoe.
Okay. That's much more fair. That is much more fair. I can't believe this man still has 4 million subscribers on this channel. What do you consider decent? What do you consider decent?
Okay, so his latest 2 videos, which were both from a year ago, got hundreds of thousands of views. However, if you scroll down, the others barely cracked 40K.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah, which implies that that these two videos went up. No one was watching them, and then like a couple months passed, and they're like, "Oh wait, he's not making content anymore. What happens?"
Yeah,
and then
wait.
they looked it up, and then they saw I got ripped.
Wait,
Yes.
wait, someone, oh my god, the top comment on the most recent video of him getting robbed says, "Imagine being a robber, but somehow you're not the worst person in the house."
There are worse things than robbing.
And it got 40k likes. Yeah, oh my god, the ratio is crazy. His video got 2.5k.
Ratio in the comment section.
There's worse things than robbing. You of all people should know that, Craig. Bro called him by his first name.
Oh god. Oh man.
Don't worry, buddy. We're all here to show support. Thanks for all you've done for us and the world at large, Mr. Robber.
If anyone's curious, apparently at the time the ratio was 1.4k to 19k dislikes.
Holy shit.
My God. So if we scale that up to this having 2.5k, hold on, I'm about to do some back of the napkin math real quick.
Okay.
We'll do this. So it had 1.3 at the time. 5k. Divided by...
Oh, by the way, okay, once we get done talking about this, I'll bring up one more thing about Brand New Day, and then we can end the podcast.
Yeah. So at the same ratio of this gaining 1.923076923008 more likes than it had. If it stays at the same ratio, this video now has 3,000. No, he said it was 19k. It was 19k.
Mm-hmm.
So I need to add an extra zero. I need to add a whole extra zero.
Don't do computer science coming in clutch with the math.
With the math. Hold on. This, yeah, 19k. There we go. This video should now, if it is at the same ratio, should now have 36,000. Almost as many likes on that comment on as is the dislikes on this video now.
Wait, let me check, because I have the
538.
I have the dislike, like, you know the application you can get, the extension that shows you YouTube dislikes?
Yeah, do you have it?
I have it. Let me check real quick. God, I can't believe I have to search up Minilad. Okay, let's see.
I'm surprised he has a friend still to do this skit with. What? This was a what? Let me explain.
Holy shit. Okay, so he has 2.5k likes and 53k dislikes.
Did not say the same.
Yeah, no wonder bro quit. Yeah. It's over.
Oh man, the only thing I'm sad about is that the fact that this man still has 4 million subscribers.
A lot of it's probably like dead accounts or like people subscribe and forget to unsubscribe.
Speaking of forgetting to unsubscribe, is this channel still up? Start stating your thing. I'm checking something.
Oh yeah. Okay, so the last thing is it's on the same Reddit thread. Someone commented, "I'm really curious how Scorpion, Boomerang, Tombstone, Tarantula, and Savage Hulk will all fit together in the narrative." And then someone replied saying, "Most of them will be goons for a higher power, whereas Bruce Banner will be a buddy to Peter Parker turned antagonist thanks to circumstances beyond either of their control." And then someone asked, "Will that higher power probably be Mr. Negative?" Then they responded, "That's my guess. I feel like that would explain how you turn the Hulk back into an antagonist via manipulation. Bonus points if he turns into Joe Fix-It before becoming Savage Hulk again."
Ooh, yeah. Okay, I have checked my thing, and it is interesting. So I looked up Illuminati to see if her
Oh my
channel was
God.
still actually up, and it is with 1.17 million subscribers.
Okay.
And you see the exact same like pattern on her videos, where the last one to ever be released has a huge spike in views, then the second to last one has a smaller but still substantial spike in views, and then everything else is at that weird like less than 100K.
Yeah. When was the last
I
time
think
she
this is
uploaded?
I think this, the same like a year ago.
Oh,
It's the same.
yeah.
It was about the same. In fact, I wonder. What did they upload in the same time? This was February of last year. Then Mini Lad was what, like
August.
probably like August.
Yeah, of 2023.
Okay, a little bit far apart. Also, at least you know what? It's crazy that I have to say that I have to slightly respect the pedophile more here, because at least they weren't bitch made enough to turn their comments off.
You know what? That's true. That's true. Can we get W Mini Lad in chat? Don't put that. If you put that, I'm removing your comment and blocking you.
Whoa.
Controversy sells.
Whoa, we don't respect pedophiles though.
Technically, he was an epophile, so...
Yeah, but you know what? You sound like a pedophile making that distinction.
Well, guys, we hope you enjoyed the podcast. Go ahead and say...
You should do Mini Lad's ouch.
Does he even have an outro? What is it? What? Wait.
You should do Mini Lad's outro. I'm so mad Illuminati turned her comments off. I want to know what people will be commenting under here. Actually, go to this video because she has 1K likes. I wonder how many dislikes are on this last one.
Wait, okay, 1K likes. Illuminati.
But nothing like the actual word.
Whoops. I love how the channel doesn't even come up when you search it.
Yeah, just like Mini Lad. That's how you know that a person's reputation is dead and in the water. Their channel is buried under 50,000. Oh my god, this person videos.
I can't even find her page. Wait.
Yeah, you have to type. Did you type in her name like correctly?
I think so. It's Illuminati, like naughty ad, right?
And then like, but like the Y is replaced with an II.
Oh, okay.
To like mimic the word.
Okay, there it is.
Like I feel like right.
Okay, let's see.
10 players were suspended in just the...
Okay, 1K likes, 21K dislikes. Oh, yeah.
You think she still gets money from this channel?
Most definitely. Her and Mini Lad probably still get passive income.
Damn, that sucks.
Because you have to think people who go back and rewatch their old content. Dang.
I can kind of get that with Illuminati, but like...
Not Mini Lad, not knowing that he was...
You want to watch Mini Lad's old content, go watch Vanoss.
Yeah.
Or H2O. or basically I Do Work. Or like any of the guys that he
or
did
Nogla, or Terrorizer. Literally any of them. Moose Knuckle. That's a deep cut if you know who he is.
Alright, any of the other ones get in trouble? That'd be a really funny one to end this with.
Is it? I think it's pronounced Omwecker. He didn't get in trouble, but that was another Vanoss member. Yeah. Okay. I need to find.
Actually, you know what? That's our final shout out of the video. Is that one video that's just the Avengers? Is the Avengers Endgame? But it's the Vanoss crew.
Oh, okay.
Hold on. gonna search it up. I'm gonna search it up. Yeah, here it is. Share. Copy. Yeah. Put that in the video description. This is a glorious video.
Okay, yes. Still trying to find Mini Lad's outro. What did Lad say? Okay, it says here that Mini Lad typically ended his videos with a simple bye or a variation of it. Okay, well, you say your thing.
Well, guys, if we were on a ship out at sea, and that was the captain, we'd probably all drown. But hey, at least we'd die alone together.
Bye. We're not pedophiles. Stop recording. Yeah, so that